Okay.
Yeah, Mehdi bhai, we are also, and Mehdi bhai, we are now see your screen.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to our today's event. We are today. We are very much waited for our SQL Saturday Bangladesh virtual event, and everyone is welcome to our event. Before starting and introduction to our first speaker, I would like to tell something about our community. We are from technical community based in Bangladesh, and we are working. Basically, we are working here from. It's almost 9 years basically. So back in 2011, we formed this community, and we formed this community so that we can share. We would like to make a common platform where we can skill up ourselves, and we can voluntarily participate in this. Everyone can basically voluntarily participate in this community. Currently, there are active 15 to 20 members are regularly actively participate in different meet our weekly and monthly meeting. And whenever we do some event, there are as much as 100 to 200 participants watches and physically attend our session basically. So we found this community so that we can grow together, and we got a room so that we can share. And apart from this, so we can have at the day end we have a strong professional network, and so that we know who is doing what thing. So if we just check back, our usual events are like quarterly. We use a group event, physical or virtually we do, and half yearly SQL Saturday, annually Microsoft Dev Tour, and quarterly Power BI and user group, and and annually Azure Bootcamp. So you may ask that why this community is required. Community is very much important, and we cannot grow basically alone. So we need a community to be grown up, and so we have the community so that we can understand the technology trends and how it is in which direction it is going, and how to implement it. And definitely we can get the new opportunities. We can share our experience with the communities. It's very much essential for the youngsters who are just started and their career, so that they can have the community leaders direction in which direction they can go basically and get successful. So over this year we have some very much experienced and professionals different times they deliver species among us. So I believe the youngsters get some good idea how to start and what to start basically, and more importantly, if we need some help, or if I want to know who are working on this technology, definitely we can have this. And as I already tell that we can assess ourselves where we are basically, and what's the expertise am I, and what is lacking in myself, so we can prepare for ourselves, assess ourselves, and so that we are ready for the market. As a community, we are not just a technical community. Definitely we do the different technical events around the year, but apart from this we have some very good moments. Basically, we have our family. We do some family events every year. We hang up with the family members and visit different places. We have we try to have a common dinner so that we can exchange our ideas and also we do some virtual meetings so that our team bonding and the community bonding gets strong. And let's focus on today's session. Today we have a couple of events throughout the day. At first we have the Mr. Javier Villegas, who will tell something about monitoring SQL Server using community solutions. Then our Honorable Toeb Bhai, who is an Bangladeshi who lives in US, and he will deliver his speech about Azure SQL database business continuity during disaster. Then Sam Nasser will told SQL Server security features. John Miner is with us. He will tell us how to audit and prevent unwanted user actions. And Andra Melancia will talk about hacking SQL Server is not enough use. That is some security perspective. With us, our community member Emin Nakib. Nakib will tell us about SQL, Azure SQL replication. Apart from this, Mohammed Asif Walker Bhai, he is an Indian. He lives in Singapore. He will tell us about the blockchain ledger and how to use the blockchain ledger in SQL Server. And then Dipti Goguri, he will tell us a life cycle of a query in a SQL Server. And Mike Brunoski will speak about a multi-server agent jobs administration with happy faces and his own. And our community leader Asan Bhai will speak about SQL Server internal and tuning. And at last, the last speaker is Pio Balestoy from Singapore. He will tell us how to intelligently query processing and feature family. So we'll start starting from the 9 to 9. We'll stop our session hopefully in 7:40 p.m. in the evening. So let's before handing our today's first speaker, Mr. Javier Villegas, I would like to tell something about him. He is an DBA manager in MSC Mediterranean Shipping Company. He is a very experienced and seasoned database guy. He is an Microsoft MVP in data platform. He is working more than 20 years, and he is a very much popular speaker in around the globe. He usually participates in SQLSaturday, pass the virtual groups, 24 hours SQL Server, and data platforms gigs. So I just want to keep myself shut right now and hand it over to our first speaker, Javier. So with me, Mr. Javier is going to take our first speech, first session. So Mr. Javier, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Javier, over to you. Please start your session.
All right. Thank you, Mahedi. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present in this event in SQL Saturday in Bangladesh. Let me see. You see my screen? You still see my screen?
Yes, I can see you.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Very good. So yeah, thank you so much. I love to be part of every single SQL Saturday. I try to participate as much as I can. So well, let's start right away with my presentation. Today we're going to be talking about how to do SQL Server monitoring using and troubleshooting using Microsoft tools, community tools, with the premise that all of them are free tools, right? So without spending any single coin, we can just go and do troubleshooting and monitoring in our event. So for all of you that are already member of PASS, please explore all the training and community option that PASS offer to all the members. So definitely you are more than welcome to join all the training offering. If you miss the PASS Summits 2019, well, the recording are available to download. Well, we just had the PASS Summit last week, so actually 2 weeks ago. So most probably the recordings will be available really soon. Thank you so much to all the global sponsors, because without them, definitely we cannot do this event. So thank you so much for being part of the community and give us your support. Okay, quickly about myself, Javier Villegas. I am from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I am at Buenos Aires, Argentina right now. So I work as an IT director in data and BI at Mediterranean Shipping Company. I've been involved with SQL Server since the very first version, 6065. I'm also with the Azure SQL family. My specialty is administration, performance tuning, and high availability. I am Microsoft MVP in the data platform category, and recently I became a Microsoft certified trainer. I'm also a technical speaker, member of PASS community, as mentioned before. And here in Argentina, I'm member of our local community, SQL Argentina. We do have our meetups and events that we normally run with our local community in Spanish. In the left side of the screen, you will see my contact information, email address, Twitter, LinkedIn, and my blog. Feel free to reach me if you want to talk or discuss something in particular about this presentation or any other thing. I always like to connect and network with the community members. So just starting, I just want to make a couple of points clear that what we're gonna see today. Basically, I know that every database administrator, every IT professional has its own, let's say, toolbox, right? With their scripts, with their applications, paid or free, to do troubleshooting and monitoring. The idea of this session is to get to know some of them that are coming from Microsoft, maybe just cover them a little bit deeper for some point that maybe you don't know yet. And also we will cover some solutions created by community experts, right, and shared as free options. One of the important things that I like to remark also is that there is no magic that will fix a bad code. That means whatever solution we have to do monitoring or troubleshooting, well, if the code is not well written, well, that's going to be tough for us, the administrators, right? So I like to focus on train the developers, right? If we would like to have our environment, let's say, running as smoothly as possible, we should definitely spend time with them, just training on how we would like them to write T-SQL, right? Teaching them the best practices on how to write the right code based on Microsoft suggestions, our own suggestions. So this way, and hopefully, I know that is not always totally true, but we may not have to use all the things that we will learn today, right? But definitely, if you are in this position, spend some time, maybe a couple of hours a week, a couple of hours a month, doesn't matter. But sit down all together, write these best practices and documentation to train the developers. Moving forward on how we can, let's say, identify and work on a troubleshooting process, right? This is not something that one day we wake up and say, hey, we have a performance problem. Let's see what happened. Let's try to solve it. No, this is something that is a constant process, right? A repeatable process, actually. It's extremely important that we observe how our environment behaves, right? And how it behaves on a normal situation, right? This will help us to capture several performance metrics and counters related to multiple things, I/O, runtime, memory grants, weight, etc. And with that, we're going to have this picture of our environment when it's running in, let's say, the right way. So when we are under pressure, when we are suffering a performance problem, we will use these traces, all these processes that we are capturing, and we will match them and compare it with the best, with the baseline that we already got when the environment was running okay. And with that, it's going to be easier, I would say, to identify where the problem is. We are running with a CPU problem because right now the CPU is much higher than usual. We have more weight on a particular resource than usual. The disk activity is higher than usual, right? Doing this comparison between the current values versus the baseline will also help us to adjust, meaning fix the problem somehow, right? And then repeat the whole process again, right? Observe, capture, troubleshoot, fix, and repeat. Okay, this is quickly the agenda we will cover. Let's see that the top part of the topics are mostly related to Microsoft technologies, and then the bottom part is more related to community experts solutions. Okay, let's start right away. Performance monitor and profiler. Well, most probably you know these tools, right? These are the first two tools that every junior DBA get in order to do troubleshooting, right? With performance monitor, we can easily capture metrics related to the operating system in terms of memory, CPU, disk activity, any kind of counter related to disk, and also related to SQL, right? We can check batch requests per second, we can check compilations, recompilations, etc. Right? So with that, we can grab a bunch of information related to the host and to the SQL. With Profiler, this is the very first tool, again, that we get. If we need to see live what is happening within our SQL instance and understand all the workload, we can just set Profiler, right, and capture data. Something important is that these two tools allow us to, let's say, capture and save the traces that we are capturing, right? But then something really good that we will see later in the demo is that there is a way in where we can correlate, right, the traces captured with profilers with the traces captured with performance monitor, right? So based on the timestamp of each of these traces, we're going to be able to match and see and understand it a little bit better, because we can see at exactly a single point in time what was happening at overall level: host, SQL, and statement or workload running in our server at that particular moment. Then we also have SQL Server Management Studio Activity Monitor. Right? This is a tool that, again, we know it. It's been there since many years ago. In reality, nobody uses it much, right? But it's a nice tool because you can connect to your SQL instance and see some charts of weight, CPU, memory usage, see the heaviest workload or activity in your server, etc., etc., etc. But let's suppose this situation. Let's assume that we are running this very important report that runs every night, right, around 4 a.m. in the morning, and normally takes half an hour. That particular day, we arrived to the office and we got the phone call saying, hey, this important report that we always get in our mailbox early in the morning, we still didn't get it, and it's 8 a.m. All right, so we start doing troubleshooting, and we notice that that process, that report, is still running on the server. Come on, normally takes half an hour, and today it's been running for several hours and still hasn't finished. So we need to take a decision. What do we do with this in order to do troubleshooting? The point is that until now, we don't know at what execution progress we are, right? If that process is about to finish, let's say 90% or something like that, we can take one kind of decision. But if the process is already starting or let's say in the 20% progress, well, maybe the decision is going to be completely different, right? We cannot do that till now. Well, in SQL Server 2019, there is a new feature called lightweight query profiling, right? Which will allow us to see for all the workloads, or the queries, store procedure, or the activity in the server, in the instance, we will be able to see the estimated query progress, right? And to do that, Activity Monitor is one of the tools we can use to see that progress, right? We're going to see it later in the demo. Management Studio Performance Dashboard Reports, right? A while back, this was something that we had to download from the Microsoft website in order to install some components and be able to have these reports. We need to we had to download this reporting services based dashboard, install some scripts to the SQL instance to be able to run these reports. Well, now all this is integrated into our Management Studio and the SQL instance, right? So we have this set of standard reports, again, based on RDLs, files reporting services. And we can, let's say, easily run all these reports on our instance and get, certain information like, for example, table sizes, index sizes, amount of user requests, user sessions, etc. The next point is dynamic management objects, views and functions. These are read-only objects that SQL Server present to the world, I will say, for us, the DBA, to query. And with this dynamic management object, we can understand what is going on within the SQL Server, right? There are hundreds of DMVs, DMF that we can have access. Here in this slide, I just present few of them, and there are grouped in different categories, right? In this case, transactional, we can see any activity related to transaction, the progress, if they are involved in the logs, etc., etc. Indexes, missing indexes, query stats and plan, etc. It's extremely important to know that every single solution to monitor and troubleshoot SQL Server, right, is based on dynamic management object, right? Free or paid one, right? So SQL Server has everything in these DMOs presented to us. We just need to consume it in the right way. We can join multiple of them and get the right information really, really quickly. The next thing that I want to cover is extended events. This is something that, not so long ago, I mentioned SQL Profiler, right? This is a tool, again, that is coming since the very first SQL Server versions, and it is there, and it's still there. The point is that Microsoft has deprecated or discontinued, meaning that there is no improvement to the tool, right? If we want to use it, we are free to use it. We can use it at any time, but definitely there are no updates. What Microsoft give us in order to replace Profiler is this technology called extended events, right? This way, very easily, we can create something similar to what we run in Profiler, but much, much lighter and much powerful, right? For new features, for changes, etc. Microsoft will put something new to extended events, and we won't see that in Profiler. Also, take in consideration that using Profiler, if you are not highly experienced with that, and let's say you are using it to trace on a particular situation in where you are running into troubles, maybe CPU usage or high activity, etc. If you don't configure Profiler properly, you might be entering more problems into your session than the ones that you're trying to solve, right? You have to definitely know how to put the predicate, the filters, in order to capture exactly what you're looking for. Because if you're capturing too much, maybe, as I said, you're gonna get more troubles than what the ones that you're trying to look for, right? So definitely extended event is something to pay attention. We're gonna see some of these examples in a few minutes, right? And then, of course, one thing which is extremely important to do all kind of troubleshootings are the query plans, the execution plans. You can use them graphically, you can use it in text, XML, anyway, right? But the point is that getting an execution plan, right? And for example, all the query plan with the graph, you can do troubleshooting. Maybe there are things you can tune or adjust to your query based on the query plan. Within Management Studio, you can have the actual execution plan, which is the real execution plan. So the whole query runs, and at the end, it's present the execution plan. You can get the estimated execution plan. So it's going to present the shape of the plan, but with the estimate instead of the real result. And also we have one's called live execution, live query statistics. So we can see it while the query is running. Okay, so now let's jump for a minute to the first external tool. This is the SentryOne Plan Explorer. This is a free tool that you can use it as a standalone application or as an add-on for Management Studio, right? In where you can export the query plan, right, from Management Studio and open it with this tool. You know, if you have let's say a simple plan, right, you can do the whole troubleshooting with Management Studio. It's not going to be a big deal. But if your plan is a little bit more complex, right, well, this tool will help you to, you know, dig into the plan, right, because it's more prepared to do the analysis for the plans. So this is one of the must-have tools, right? And again, it's free. Then we have Query Store, right? We know that this is a feature that I like to call the flight data recorder. This is like the flight recorder of a plane or a flight, right? But for your user databases, right? This is a feature that is available since SQL Server 2016, Service Pack 1, and you have to enable it per user database, right? And what it does is basically capture all the runtime statistics and execution statistics for all the workload in a particular user database, right? So let's say you have your important, your critical database, you enable Query Store, and you will easily identify and see all the runtime and execution information for that particular query. For example, your report, the one that we've been talking before, how many times it runs in a certain period of time, which was the minimum, maximum, and average duration, reads, writes, write to 10 dB, etc. You can also see the you can also see if for any reason there was a plan change. So you know that for several reasons, right, the execution plan can change sometimes, right? So in this panel, you will see, you know, if a particular statement, a particular process, right, has changed the execution plan. And eventually that plan, we all know that it's not perfect, right? Maybe it's even worse than the one that was running before. Well, with this tool, eventually we have the possibility to force to use a previous execution plan that we consider that was better than the one that was running now, right? And this way we can try to, let's say, stabilize and force the execution based on something that we already know. Really great feature, right? There are a ton of information related to Query Store. In SQL Server 2017, Microsoft added a couple of additional features, like, for example, besides getting execution and runtime information, it also gets weight information. So we know every single process, the amount of weight and what kind of weight it was done over the time. Also in 2017, Microsoft added an additional layer to this with this automatic query tuning, right? So eventually, as I said earlier, if the plan changed and it is not as good as the previous one, well, automatically it will force to use the last known good plan. And this way, the statement, the workload will try to be more, I will say, stable. Right? We're gonna see it in action. Here there are some examples, right, about query store. There is one report which I like a lot because easily we can understand and see the top 25 resource consumers during the certain period of time, and we can focus on them in order to, let's say, do some fix, right, or improvement. Here we have another example. All right, so it's demo time. Let's see some of these things in action. So here I have Management Studio running on a virtual machine, which is running SQL Server 2019, right? And what we will see right now is live query statistics, right? So here I have a query, right? And I will enable here include, this one, include live query statistics. So I will enable it, right? And let's run it. Let's see what happened. We see that it's coming with the plan. And note what we have here, right? Estimated query progress, right? So we can see, right, at which point of the execution this session is running at, right? So we see here at the top, at this point is almost 40%, right? We can also see it down here, right? So it's the same information, and we see the plan in live. So let's see another one. This is something that I mentioned earlier, is a feature in SQL Server 2019 called lightweight query profiling, right? Come on. I can unzoom it. It's nice. I don't know why I cannot zoom it. All right. Never got this problem before. Okay, here we go. Let's cancel this one and let's run this other. We'll see. Again, we can see at which estimated progress of the execution we are at, right? So seeing this right away, we can see if the process is already starting or if it is about to finish. As I said, lightweight query profiling is 2019. It's coming by enabled by default, right? But something new that Microsoft is doing these days is basically porting back these great features to previous SQL Server version, right? For example, in this case, 2016 and 2017, right? So you can have it in 2016 and 2017, right? Not enabled by default, right? Because they don't want to change the normal behavior, right? But you can enable it with a trace flag. So if you want to use it in previous versions, it's possible to use it. So it just finished and we see the progress. So now you can tell me, this is really good, I like it, but I don't like to, I'm not running my workload from Management Studio. I have a web server or an application server that is hitting my instance. So I want to see the estimated query progress and the plan of a session that is running from my middle tier. Okay, so here what I'm gonna do is I have what is it? I have this batch file, which basically what it does, it runs random workload on my user databases on this instance. So this way we can see it in action, right? So this is simulating my middle tier, my web servers hitting my user database. So I will minimize this. I will go again to Management Studio, right click here, and I will go to Activity Monitor, right? When we go to Activity Monitor, we see it. It's going to take a few seconds to populate the counters. You know, we see all the processes, resource weight, etc. And here at the bottom, we see active expensive queries. So when we expand this, we see all the sessions that are running. So let's choose one of them. I do right click and see what we have here, the option of seeing the live execution plan. So I will hit here and look what we get, the estimated query progress. So for a session that is running from an application server, right, from something that is not Management Studio, we can use Activity Monitor to check the estimated query progress. Again, think on this example that I gave at the beginning of that important report that we had to run in the morning. And we can do this with all the workload that we have on our server. Okay, while this workload is still running against my server, I have in my user database query store enabled. So I will go to Advanced Works 2017 query store, and I have all these reports. This one is, for example, top resource consuming queries. Right? This way we can see the most heaviest queries. I have this one from earlier today in where I was running more heavy traffic, right? So we can see all the statements that were running there, right? And we can do troubleshoot, right? And you know, as soon as the workload is moving, we can refresh this and see more and more processes. We can also see, for example, queries with regression. That means that for some reason, they start using more resources now than before, right? We can do all this with the query store option here and all these options. Okay, switching briefly to something different. Let me cancel this. I will show you something that I use actually in production for based on extended events, right? This is a extended event session that basically what it does is capture all the SQL Server errors on my instance, right? So then it's going to save those errors into a file system on a folder, right, in a pseudo XML file, and then we can get the content of that file, parse it live, and see the SQL Server errors live. So what I'm going to do here is I will delete the previous session that I have with all the files, right, just for the demo purpose, and I will create a new one, right? I will call it XC SQL errors, I will ask it to capture all the SQL errors and send it to a particular file. So I'm creating the session. I'm starting the session, right? And then what I have here underneath is basically a query that will parse the XML that we get and show us the errors, right? Here we can see all the errors that we're gonna get. Okay, so let's generate some random errors. For example, here what I'm gonna do is just do some divisions by 0. You see divide by 0 error in count, right? So I can run it multiple times, and I always, of course, going to get the same error. I can create a store procedure, which is basically also doing the same division by 0 and doing a select from a table that doesn't exist, right? I create in the store procedure, and then I will execute it several times, and we get the error message, right? So when I run the query that will parse the errors, what I get here is all my errors, right? How many times we got that error. We also get the statement, the store procedure name, eventually if it was a store procedure, right? When was the first time it happened, the last time it happened, from which machine and from which application and login it was raised. This way, for example, when you put in production a new code, a new update for your application, well, probably you can run this and at the very beginning and see if there is any big syntax error or SQL error that you can catch here and maybe apply the fix right away. Let's go back to the presentation. Okay, now let's start talking about the community expert solutions, right? SP Who's Active, right? This is basically a piece of code generated by Adam Mechanic many years ago, right? And basically what it does is it creates a store procedure called SP Who's Active. And when you run it, basically what it does is take a picture of all the activity running in your SQL server, right? For how long it's been running, all the processes, if they are involved in a log, reads, writes, write on 10db, you name it, right? So it take a picture of what's happening at your instance right now. So when you get that phone call, you get that ticket saying, hey, we are running with performance problems at this moment, right? This is one of the first things that you have to do. Okay, let's see what's happening in my instance right now. And with that, maybe you can just get that there is a big blocking chain, right? And you can do the troubleshooting after get the picture. The important thing and the good thing of this that, as I mentioned earlier, is based on dynamic management object. And when you run it, it come back right away, right? Even if the server is under extreme pressure, right? You're gonna get the results and you're gonna get that picture and will help you to do troubleshooting. So just running it right away, you're gonna get all the information you need, but in the page, at the page, you can go and dig into the documentation and maybe get for additional parameters that will help you to narrow down the searches if you're looking for something more specific. Then many years ago, this is a version called SPDBA currently executing that was created by me. It's available in my GitHub, right? And basically it's a wrapper of SP Who's Active, right? It's basically presenting certain information in a different way, which was more focused on different support level teams, right? Again, it's quite similar. It's a wrapper of the existing one. Then another great solution, right, is from Brent Ozar, First Responder Kit. This is a set of scripts that will allow you to do a bunch of things for troubleshooting. Let's cover the most important one, SP Blitz, right? With that, you can check. Running this, what it does is go through all your SQL Server configuration, settings, runtime information, etc., and will present you with a report based on importance, right? And it will tell you you're having troubles with this, and this. And those problems could be that you are not following the best practices in terms of how to configure SQL Server. For example, you have databases in full recovery model that are not being backed up. You are not doing the VCC check DBs. Your TempDB configuration is misconfigured. A bunch of things. And again, you're going to get them in a certain priority, right? So you know that the most important one, the one with the lowest priority, you need to go and fix them maybe right away. The important thing and the nice thing is that you can also have on each of these entry, you will have a link to the documentation to get some ideas on how to help that particular situation. Then if your server is running slow right now, right, SP Bleed first is a complement of what we saw earlier, SP Who's Active, right? Which again will capture all the possible information, runtime information of the current processes, right? And will present you with this priority for you to fix when possible. SP Bleed Cache, right? It will go and scan the whole execution plan, and it will give you a very detailed report on which plans are having which particular problem. For example, running with the wrong DOP, serialization, you name it. It's going to give you this report. And again, it will guide you on how to adjust those problems. So with this information that you're going to get, you're going to be able to adjust, right, your processes reported by this and tune your instance. SPBlit index will give you an in-depth information related to your indexes. Not only missing indexes, but you also gonna get indexes that you are not using properly. Maybe you are not using it at all. Maybe you have overlapped indexes or duplicate indexes, and you're gonna get all this information. And with that, again, you're gonna be able to dig deeper and fix. You can also run this first responder kit on a schedule basis, right? And save the information into a user database, into different user tables. Then there was an option, it's not longer, I mean, it's discontinued right now, but I believe that if you go to the web page, you can get the Power BI file, right? That will basically go and consume the data that was captured in this repository, and you will see it graphically. BP check. This is from the SQL Server Tiger team, right? BP check stands for Best Practices Checker. Again, the Tiger team is one of the most important teams within Microsoft support. So they have a ton of experience on supporting many environments. So they have created this script that will give you all the variations that you may have from your instance versus the best practices, and I will guide you on how to fix them or adjust them. Glenn Berry's SQL performance, SQL diagnostic queries, right? You have to go to his webpage and download it based on the SQL Server version that you have. Again, it's just go and cover and do a deep scan of your instance and your user databases, and will present you with information of variation from the best practices. As you can see, some of these tools that I just presented, there are some areas that are overlapping one to each other, right? But again, it's good to know them all, because for some cases, one of them, it could be better than other, right? But not in other cases, right? So it's good to know them. You're gonna get a report like this, right? Within Management Studio, very detailed, and also with, let's say, with some additional input for you to go and check. PowerShell, right? If we are managing multiple SQL Server environments, we need to do some sort of automation, right? And DBA tools is the right way. This is a PowerShell component that you install very easily into your monitoring machine. And here you can see several categories of the things that you can do with DBA tools. You can get, let's say, if you need to go to 100 SQL Server instances and get information about the availability group, how the 10DB is configured, I don't know, how the SP configure is doing, how the max DOP is configured. Again, for 1-2 servers, it's easy. But if you have to do it for 100, it's more complicated. With DBA Power Tool and PowerShell, it's really simple. Azure Data Studio, notebooks, right? This is something that is the new tool that Microsoft is pushing everybody to use, right? Because it's multi-platform. You can run it in Windows, Linux, and Mac. And it has this concept of notebooks, right? And all the solutions that I've been presenting till now, BP Checks, Glenberry's Script, and also First Responder Kit, they have a version in Jupyter notebooks, notebook, that you can get everything in a notebook, right? Save it and maybe share it with others. If you're talking about maintenance, if you have to do backups, integrity checks in there, or statistic maintenance, well, the solution is the Ola Hallegrin maintenance script, right? This is something that, again, is a community-based solution, but most of the professionals are using it and relying on them because they are really simple to use. If you need to do any index maintenance, right, there is also a possibility of doing it through this graphic user interface, right, that allow you to connect to your database, and it's going to retrieve you in a graphical way all the indexes, the tables, and the fragmentation level. And from there, you will be able to run, rebuild, reorganize, or whatever you need to do. Mm-hmm. So, so we're okay. And then just to close, we have this option called SQL Watch IO, right? A tool that I really like because, again, it's based on most of the script that we just saw, right? And it's going to save the output into a user database, and based in Power BI, you can get very detailed dashboards and specification on your SQL Server instance, right? And with that, you can see it graphically, sqlwatch.io. Mm-hmm. Well, here you have additional resources from Microsoft if you want to dig deeper. Here are all the references for the scripts and the thing that I've been presenting today. The presentation will be available in the PASS website later today, right? And with that, I'm done with the presentation. If you have any questions, you can do them now, or again, you can contact me anytime through my social network addresses. LinkedIn or Twitter are the ones that I'm more active. Mm-hmm. So Thank you so much for staying here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you. I was rushing at the end because I see that I ran out of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Javier,
Sure.
for your nice session.
Thank you.
Taibali Bhai is here. Okay, next session will be on Azure SQL database business continuity during disaster. This session will take by Mr. Taibali. I would like to say something about him. Okay. Mr. Taibali, he is an accomplished technical leader with proven record of success. For 14 years, he has worked with the Microsoft Data Platform and MongoDB, both on premises and cloud. His experiences includes all these major business sectors like finance, e-commerce, and healthcare. He has hands-on experience in managing large database projects, massive data migration, intricate process design, testing and deployment, performance tuning, long-term capacity planning. Okay, Mr. Taibali is currently working at GMO LLC, right? GMO LLC as a database solution manager, focusing on cloud migration, automation, improving and streamlining operational workflow. He has regular speaker at local virtual past chapter, SQLSaturdays and Azure conference. Okay, I would like to welcome Mr. Taibali to take her session. Thank you. Taibali is hearing me? Hello. Taibali bhai, are you hearing me?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hello, Taibali bhai, are you hearing me? Hasan bhai. He's muted.
Okay, I can hear. Yeah, you did unmute me before, so that's why I could not do that. Okay, just let me start. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Taibali bhai, please start your session.
Okay, I'm just gonna shut my webcam. I don't know, it's taking the whole screen. Okay, can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, we can see your full skin.
Okay, thank you. So thank you all for joining. Sorry about this problem. I could not unmute myself. So we only have 50 minutes. So I'm going to get going a little bit faster. We'll be talking about high availability and disaster recovery solution for Azure SQL database. I thank the organizers for for this opportunity, and Javier did a nice presentation. I hope you enjoyed that. So this is about myself. I'm not going to read all this, but just take a note of my contact because we will be rushing for time. So at the end of the presentation, if you have any question, comments, or you want to follow up, reach out to me. I already uploaded the presentation and all the demo code in the GitHub repo, and I also put a link on the SQLSaturday Bangladesh website. So if I do not get through everything, you can definitely follow up with me later on. So this is a real life scenario that happened in 2019 in one of the Microsoft Azure region. So because of a storage issue, a lot of other resources got affected, and many Azure SQL databases were not available for 16-hour 11-minute. So the question that you need to ask, if you're at your work, you have Azure SQL database that's supporting your business, can you afford this downtime, right? Can you afford a downtime of 16-hour 11-minute? And the answer for most of the people will be no. And that's one of the reasons that we need to look at what are the options that are available, and pros and cons for each of the option. But how do you decide that what options you pick? Because I'm probably going to show you 6 or 7 of those. Now, as a data professional, how do you decide which one you want to implement, which one is best for you? And that's something a DBA should not decide, in my view. You should not decide what solutions you pick. I think you give the options to the business owners and explain them all the pros and cons, tell them what can happen, how long it's going to take to bring up, and then, what is the cost involved, and then let them, decide that. So, it should be a two-way dialogue, not just, I'm a DBA, this is what I think, and I'm just going to implement it. Because at the end of the day, it's the business owners have to give the final saying on this. So before even we decide that, there are two concepts that we always knew even when Azure did not exist. On-premise also, we always talk about RTO and RPO, and I'm not going to go into details, but if you do not know this, I definitely urge you to take a look what are these definitions means. And recovery time objective is how long it takes for you to recover once a disaster happened. And recovery point objective is how far, at what point I can recover up to. So how much data I can afford to lose. And for some businesses, you cannot afford to lose any data, not a single second. And for some businesses, maybe you can. And so sometimes the business owner will come and tell you, no, I cannot afford to lose any data, not a single second. Then you tell them, okay, for that, if you need that kind of RPO, then you only have these are the solutions available for you. And to implement these solutions, these are the things that we need, and this is what is going to cost you. And if the business owner can, say, okay, we can afford that kind of money, you go and implement it. If they say no, then you give them other options, show them, and let them decide. But there is a newer concept, that we did not know before. Is called ERT, which is estimated recovery time. And ERT is the max ERT is same as your recovery time objective. So you can have different ERT during different disaster, during different scenario, but your max ERT cannot exceed whatever the RTO that you decide. So to put all this, in a graphics, I put this slide so it's a little bit easier to understand what I mean by RPO and RTO. And Now, how do we get there? So before we get there, we need to understand Azure SQL Database is not just one flavor. So if you go to portal today, or if you try to spin up a Azure SQL Database, you have all these options, right? So you have these two purchase model. One is DTU and one is vCore. And then within those, you have different service tier. And I'm not going to read the slide, but under those service tier, then you have, either it's provisioned or serverless for DTU. And also in the vCore, you have business critical and under the vCore, you have, a general purpose, business critical, hyperscale. Under general purpose, you can also go for serverless and provision. And then what kind of hardware you choose. Now, based on this, you'll be restricted of what options you can choose and pick for your high availability and disaster recovery solution. So before even you choose, so you have to track back. Now you decided that you want to implement this HADR solution. Now you need to see what tier or what purchase model, what service tier and what compute tier I can implement those HADR solutions. Based on that, you need to also choose your purchase model and service tier and all that. So just keep that in mind. Now, I mentioned DTU and vCore. Those of you who do not work with the Azure SQL Database, you might be wondering what does a DTU mean and what's a vCore mean. So DTU was the first purchase model that Microsoft released when first Azure SQL Database was released. And DTU stands for Database Transaction Unit. So it's an abstraction of your compute, storage, and I/O. And with the vCore model, you can separately scale your CPU and storage. It's not bundled together for you. So you can independently scale all three components. Whereas with the DTU, you cannot do scale those independently because they come as a bundle for you. And Microsoft recommend to go to the vCore model, but DTU model still exists. If you want to go there, you can deploy with that model too. And feel free, if you have any question, please put in the chat room. So the organizers can stop me at any point, and I'll answer the questions. If I'm going too fast or something is not clear, please put the questions in the chat room. So what are the options we have? I put those here. I'm going to read those, but I'm not going to talk about the first one, the temporal table, because that's pretty much same as on-premise. This came out in 2016, and has made some improvement. This is also available, 2016, 2017, 2019. And you can also implement the same in Azure SQL Database. But I'm going to talk about other 5 that you see here in this slide. Now, before we go there or discuss this, we need to know RTO and RPO for some of these solutions, right? So with the backup, our RTO can be up to 12 hours. So what does that mean? Means if I do not implement any other solution, just the automated backup, if I want to rely on that, and if a whole region goes down, yeah, I have a copy of my backup in a different region that I can spin up a Azure SQL server and I can restore it, but I might need 12 hours, up to 12 hours. That's the SLA Microsoft guaranteed you. So when a business owner say that, okay, I don't need to implement any other solution, I'm happy with backup, you tell them if a region go down, it might take us 12 hours to bring you up and running. And that's the max ERT, which I showed you before. Not that every time it's going to take 12 hours, but that's what is guaranteed. And if they're okay with it, that's fine. And you can lose up to 1 hour of data. Now with the auto failover groups, we'll talk about these options in detail. Your RTO is 1 hour and 5 seconds. And with active geo-replication, you can see that it's 30 seconds and 5 seconds, which is the best. But it also has some, some cons or some pros, and we'll look at we'll compare and contrast some of this. So first one is a automated backup. One thing you want to understand that on-premise, I can have very granular control of my backup, right? If I want to take transaction log backup every 5 minutes, I can decide what time I want to start, right? I can say exactly 3 minutes past hour, I want to take a transaction log backup. I can take a differential backup every hour if I choose to. I can take a full backup every 4 hours if I choose to. Not that I'm going to do it, but you have more granular control. With Azure SQL database, try to understand that you do not have that control. You do not have that precise control what time you take those backups, because Microsoft will decide when to take those backups. And if you read this quote from the Microsoft documentation, I highlighted 2 words called generally. Means, about, right? So we'll take every 12 hours. They don't tell you, is it at midnight and noontime? And then transaction log backups every 5 to 10 minutes. So every 5 to 10 minutes, you do not have that precise control that you had on premise. So just keep that in mind. For point in time restore, step back a little bit. So your full backup is done every weekly, once a week. Differential is every 12 to 24 hours. And transaction log is every 5 to 10 minutes. Again, it's not precise, so just keep that in mind. And your point in time restore, except if you deploy in a basic tier, it's always for 7 days. So you can restore point in time from your backup for last 7 days, and that's by default. And you can increase that up to 35 days. Of course, you have to pay more for retaining those backups and pay for storage, except that one tier. You can also set up long-term retention, right? So I work for a financial industry. By the government rule in USA, I cannot be just keeping 35 days of backup. I need to keep more. If you work in healthcare, you also have a very strict rules for how long you need to keep the backup. So Azure gives you option to keep it for up to 10 years. You can save your backups, but not point in time. You cannot say, I want to go back point in time up to 10 years. You cannot do that. That's just not available. So the way it works, you have a weekly, monthly, and yearly backup, and then you can choose. So like, to give you an example, in this table, the first one is saying, I do not need to keep any weekly backup. I do not want any monthly backup. I want to keep it yearly for 5 years. So when I say yearly, now which backup? As you can see, it says week of the year, 3rd. So every year, the 3rd week's full backup, keep it for 5 years. On the second line, it's saying that just keep the first full backup of each month for 3 months. So it will be rolling for every 3 months. So there are other examples that you can look at. I'm not going to read this. So you can choose between, whatever is your need. Now the question is, okay, I take all these backups, what can I do? You can restore this in a new Azure SQL database, or you can restore this in the same logical server with a different name. So you cannot have 2 databases, of course, within a logical SQL server with the same name. So sometimes what people do is, if you have to select someone did something by mistake, dropped a table or updated wrong data, you want to go back, select 30 minutes before. So normally what you will do, you'll rename your existing database, do a point in time restore, look at it, looks good, then you drop the other one. And you can have other options. You can also go to a different region, because your backups are automatically saved, and they are they're available in a different region than where your server or database reside. So they call this geo-replicated. So you can spin up a new Azure SQL Server, and you can restore it there. One caution, like I said, you cannot override the existing database with the same name. And if you delete your SQL Server, you cannot restore those databases. But if you delete a single database, not the whole server, you can always restore it based on your backup retention. This is a question I often get. I'm not going to talk about this because of the interest of time. Can we restore on-premise of Azure SQL Database backup? You cannot really do directly, but there are other ways you can use different tools that you can create DACPack or Backpack, and you can bring it and create an on-premise SQL Server. If someone needs to talk more about that, let me know. Now, there's built-in HADR. So once we deploy Azure SQL Database, even if we do not do anything, you automatically get some high availability and disaster recovery solution. And just to keep that in mind, I'm not talking about you do not have a redundancy at the region level, or you also do not have a redundancy at the data center level. But within the data center, unless you turn on something called availability zone, which we'll look at, you do get some redundancy. So with the basic standard and general purpose, as you can see in this picture, you get 3 copies of your compute, and your data and log files also continuously get copied, have multiple copies, and your backup files, as we talked about, you get region redundancy. And if something goes wrong with your active VM, where your current compute is, it will automatically switch you to a different one. And you do not have to do anything. It will take care of it by itself. You will see a blip, of course, but if you have a retry in your application, it will work by itself. But if you go to premium or business critical, it's a little bit different, because every compute will have attached SSD where your data and log files are going to reside, compared to the previous one where it was at a remote storage, your data and log file. But with the premium and business critical, they're all attached to your compute, and your backup files is same as before. And as you can see with the red arrow, if something goes wrong with that VM, it will automatically fail over to a different one. And I put enough links at the end, you will see that you can read more about this. Now, what I showed you so far, it doesn't give me a redundancy at a data center level. So with Microsoft Azure regions, each region have multiple data center. So what you can choose to do with certain tiers, that you can turn on something called zone redundancy, data center redundancy, and they're called availability zone. And what does that mean? A availability zone, what it will do is your 3 different copies, it will put in such a way they are independent for your power, cooling, network. So if there's a problem within a data center, inside a region, you will fail over to a different data center, but you're still within the same region, and then it will just function itself. So for general purpose tier, this is still in preview. It's not generally available. As you can see now, I have 3 zone, AZ1, AZ2, and AZ3, and they're all separate. So my compute and my storage, my network, everything is separate. We are still within a region, and that's how you get that data center redundancy. And for premium and business critical, pretty much same concept, except your data and log files are attached to the VM in a SSD. And you do not have to pay any extra. You can just turn this on for business critical and premium. When you create your Azure SQL database, you can just turn it on. You just checkbox, and if you're using PowerShell, there's option, and they will, it will automatically get created for you. They will be in 3 different data centers. Okay. So active geo replication. this is built on-premise. We know something called always on availability group. So Active Geo Replication for Azure SQL databases is built on the same technology. This is available for all tiers except hyperscale. As you see, I put a note there. So as we are writing to our Azure SQL database, the logs are continuously getting shipped, transaction logs, to the secondary and getting applied there. But one thing you have to keep in mind, this is asynchronous. This is not synchronous. So on-premise, you can choose between synchronous and asynchronous, but in cloud, for Azure SQL database, it's continuously asynchronous. And you can also use your secondary for your read-only traffic, and we'll look at that. Now, this may be a problem for some transactions, right? Because if I want to guarantee that my certain transactions at least got hardened or at least got written into two different places, I want to guarantee that, right? Because what happened if I finish writing in the primary and it's transporting to the secondary, and then my primary fail or something goes wrong. So for that, you have a solution. You can use this. I'm not going to go into details because you don't have much time, but you can use this SPOID for database copy sync within your transaction. That will guarantee that before the caller get an acknowledgement, it will be hardened on the secondary. So that will be guaranteed. Now, we talked about active geo-replication. That's at a database level, right? So every database, you have to set it up for each one. Now, you might have an application that is being supported by a set of database, right? So like on-premise today, we have something called availability group, right? So within a server, I can have multiple availability group per application, and I can fail over availability group. It fails over all my databases within that availability group. It's a similar concept. On-premise, they call this auto failover groups. And how does that work? So you have two databases here in this picture in my primary logical SQL server, and I put them in a group. And if I need to fail over, once I say fail over, both databases will go and fail over to the secondary. Now, with the active geo-replication that I showed you before, you can have up to four secondaries in different region or within a region. But if you want to set up auto failover group, you do not have that option. You can only have one secondary, and it has to be in a different region. But one good advantage here is that if you fail over, you do not have to change your connection string. So your connection strings remain unchanged, and I'll show this in the demo. Azure will redirect your queries or your calls to the correct server. You can use the secondary for read-only traffic, and by default, it is set for automatically failing over. If it detects something is wrong, it will fail over automatically. And if it fails over to your secondary, which was your read-only, that read-only automatically get disabled. So that's something you have to keep that in mind. So you get, as soon as you set up failover groups, you get these two endpoints. One is your failover, first one is for read-write, and second one is for your read-only traffic. And as I said, if it fails over, you do not have to do anything. It will automatically redirect to the appropriate server. Now here, some of the comparisons. It's a copy paste from books online that tells you what are the differences between geo-replication and auto-failover groups. As you can see, both has some pros and cons. So again, as I said at the beginning, it's all your choice. What do you need? Know the options, and based on that, you decide, which one you implement. This is a query that I put. Again, it's just one of the DMVs. If you want to know your replication status between the servers, you can, between the databases, you can use this query, and it will show you your current status. I'm pretty much done with the slide. Before I move to the demo, I just want to show you something that I put all these resources. They are all hyperlinks. So you can click on those, and it will take you to most of the, to the Microsoft documentation to read more details. So I'm going to move to the demo. Let me set this up. Okay. So I'll be using, okay, see the chat window is, okay. I'll be using Azure Data Studio, and I'm using notebooks, PowerShell notebooks to do most of the demo. So a few things before all of you came online for this session. I already ran some of the code to set up. So just to show you what I did before because these things takes time. So I already spin up 3 Azure SQL Server and 2 databases, and they are created with a sample AdventureWorks, and I'll use those for the demo. And you'll get all the code. These are all in GitHub. You can run this as is. You have to make few changes. I put enough note where you have to make changes. So, and then you can run this. And if you run into any issues, let me know. So I'm going to start from here, as it says demo starts here. So anything you see on the top, I already ran this, and I already set it up for for the demo. So the first one is the automated backup. So if we go to the portal, and to see the backups, you really cannot go from the database. You have to go from the server. So if you go from the server, and if you go to manage backups, so I haven't done anything. I just set this up. So by default, as I said, as you can see, the point in time backup is 7 days, and the long-term retention is all empty. Now, if I want to, I can configure this retention from here, and I'll do it also from PowerShell. And I can go up to 35 days, as I explained. So I'm going to cancel it here. I'm going to go to my notebook. And we can also look at, is there any long-term retention set up, for this database that I'm talking about? You can use this PowerShell. It will tell us that, no, I do not have any of the retention set up. As you can see, it's all 0. So with this next set of command, I'm going to set up, I'm saying my weekly retention, keep it for 12 weeks. I do not need any monthly retention. Yearly, keep it for 5 years. Every 16th week, the backup, full backup, keep it for 5 years. So I'm going to set this up using this command. While this is running, We can go to the portal, and if we refresh it here, we should see that, you know, it'll be set up once it's done. So I'm going to move on. I don't want to wait for this. And once you set this up, if you don't want to go to the portal and use the GUI every time, you want to monitor, you know, what's your new long-term retention, you can use this PowerShell to see it. I think I'm going to turn off my camera just to get a little bit of bandwidth. Okay. Oh, no, sorry, I made a mistake. Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera. So, yep. Now, as you can see, if I refresh it, you can see the long-term retention has been set up. If you want to remove long-term retention, you can use this code. I'm not going to run it right now. Now, I talked about that without doing anything, you still get, you know, some redundancy because you get 3 copies. Now, how can you test that you got 3 copies, right? So with this code, you can do that. And as I said, with the general purpose, it takes a little bit more time because it's based on failover cluster instance, and other one is based on always an availability group. So to show this, OSTress is a tool that you know, that you can use to simulate some, you know, some load against a SQL, against a Azure SQL or even on premise. So I'm going to run this, and I'm pointing to this server and this database, and I'm just doing a select. And it's going to ask me for my password. I did it this way so I didn't have to hard code my password, so everyone can. So now, as you see, we are running this workload, right? It's doing a select, as you can see, a select count star from this table. Now I'm going to simulate a failover. As you can see, a failover happened. Server is not available, and I'm not doing anything else. I'm not touching any key. So our select is failing because the server is not available. And it's trying. At some point, you will see that, see it connected automatic. And I haven't set up any active geo replication. I haven't set up any failover group. It failed over within those, you know, the copies that we get by default, right? So I'm going to stop this. So same concept. I'm not going to run this for the interest of time. If you do this one, it'll be a lot quicker than what we just saw, because this one is in the business critical tier. You will get it within like 2-3 seconds. You can test it by yourself. Next, we'll look at active geo replication. So again, I'm setting this up with this command, and I'm setting this up between primary server and secondary server. So if we go to portal, go back to dashboard. In my primary server, I have a database. In my secondary server, which is in central US, I do not have any database at this point, right? It's just a shell, empty database. If you go to overview, you can see this is in central US, and my primary server is in East US. And I'm going to set up an active geo replication. So it's running right now. If we go to portal, And if I go to the database, go to geo replication, as you can see here, seeding 0% in Central US. This is my server, same database name. So now it's doing the initial seeding. Once the seeding is done, it will replicate every transaction. It's the same as on-premise always on availability group because it's as I said, it's built on the same concept. So if we refresh it, hopefully it'll be done quick. This is so it's ready now. It's readable. So if we go to the secondary server right now, before we saw that there was no database, and now we can see that it got copied there. And it gives you all this all these outputs that where did it create, it got caught up, 100% completed. Now I'm doing a planned failover. So I'm saying now fail me over from East US to Central US. So we saw that before in East US we had the primary and the secondary was in Central US. And now if we go and look at the geo replication, we'll see a reverse. As you can see now, the primary is in Central US and the secondary is East US. So it reversed the role. So you can do a planned failover if you need to using this command. It's still doing its stuff, but we can already see it in the portal. And I'm going to fail back just for my next demo. So far what we have done is at a database level, right? And as I said, if my application needed more database, select 2 or 3 databases that I want them to fail over, fail back together because they support one application, in that case, I have to create a failover group. And the technical term is auto failover group. And the way the failover groups work, when you first create it, it's actually empty. So you just create a shell and then you have to add the databases to that. So let's do that. So now if we go to the portal, go to dashboard again, and for failover group, because it's at a server level, because you can have multiple databases, you can see it from the server, when you choose a server, not from the database. Now, if we go to failover groups, there's nothing yet, still it's creating. Now you can see that I have a failover group, the name, I have a primary server, I have a secondary server. And if I go here, I can see the configuration, right? My primary, secondary, it tells me, and also show you on the map. And if I go to the database, I still do not have any database. I just created the group, but it's empty. And now I'm adding a database. The database that we've been playing with so far is the same database. So once the database is added, we should be able to see a name here. It will tell us, okay, now it's seeding. So yeah, so it as you can see here, these dotted lines, and not yet. So once it's done, you'll see the list here. It will tell you the database name, the primary and the secondary. Still working. Okay. So it's caught up right now. We go here Maybe I need to do a refresh. Failover group, yeah, I have one database. So yeah, now we should be able to see that. Yep, so that database now, as you can see, I have it online and I automatically get a readable copy on the secondary. Now, if I go and take these endpoints, right? We saw those. These automatically get created. So let's use this and see, what server it's pointing to. And as I told you a few times that I do not have to change the connection string. So the first one, I took that. So let's open a new query and select the server name, right? Connect. We are using those endpoints that we got from the portal. And we can just go with the default database. So as you see, it's a primary server name, right? Now let's change the connection string to the read-only endpoint and see what happened. So change connection, same login. Let's run this. As you see, it's connecting to secondary. So you do not have to do anything with your connection string, those endpoints valid, always valid. So now we created the failover group and let's fail over now and see what happened. And this time we are not failing over on the database. We are failing over on the failover group name, right? So if you go to the portal and refresh, as you see, the servers primary and secondary got flipped. You can see that this has become primary, this has become secondary. And same, if you go and run those again, you will see a different server name. Like if we come here now, we saw the secondary server was this. This was the read-only, but oh, actually we are connected to that. Sorry, yeah. And if you want to see the status of your failover groups, you can use this PowerShell. Now, as I said before, once you set up Active Geo replication and also auto failover group, that you get read scale out, right? You can have read-only copies that you can take advantage of. So, and I put a note here, as you can see, a premium and business critical service tier is automatically enabled, and other tiers does not support it. So if you're in business critical and premium, you can take advantage of it. So for an Azure SQL database, how do we check if it's read enabled or not? And as you can see here, it says it's enabled at the bottom. Now, if we come here, and so I created this server called read scale out server. And let me make sure that I have the right connection string, right? if you run this, okay, I'm sorry, I know what happened here. So change connection. From here, if you say, I want to, this is my read write, my primary, or actually you do not have to say, yeah, if you just leave it blank, like a normal connection string, you connect it. Say, okay, connect. I think I have to do it again. So we only have 4 minutes. So let me take this name and then try to do this. What I'm trying to show you is if you just have a regular connection string to this server, and you say connect. Once you run this, still read only. I think it's taking it from here. Anyway, so if you change it to, in your connection string, if you say your application intent is read only, you will go to the read only server. If you say no, I do not want that, you do not have to put this, it will say that I'm on the read write node. So that's kind of, you can try it with this. I ran this demo before all of you came online. I think it cached it and I just have to clear it out. And once you're done with the whole thing, please do run this. So it will delete your resource group and it will delete all the resources. Otherwise you will continuously get billed for that. So that's all I have. And here is my contact again. In case, I know we rushed through a couple of things. So if you have, any questions, comments later on, please reach out to me. And I thank you for joining. I hope you enjoy, rest of the presentations.
Thank you, Torbay, for your nice presentation.
Thank you. Hasan bhai, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Torbay, can you ask any question to the audience? Yeah.
We're kind of out of time. I want to make sure that,
Okay.
if we have time, yeah, I'm here. I can take questions. So the next session starts at
Next
5.
session will start after 5 minutes.
Okay. So I'll stay here. If anyone has questions, please, I don't know if they can unmute or put it in the chat. I'll be happy to answer the questions.
Torbay, we have planned that if you can ask audience to a simple question and to encourage audience, and if anyone give the correct answer, then we'll award them in a small gift. Actually.
No, I don't want to quiz someone, just because I really don't know, the level of, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but maybe you can do it other way, right? If someone asks a good question, you can give them the present. So whatever you have in mind. So yeah. I don't know. This is a beginner level. It's just an overview, so I I don't want to quiz anyone, but yeah. So I'll stay 2 more minutes. Then I want to give time to Dipti to get settled. So I think I'm going to stop my sharing, but I'm still online. I'm listening. So if someone has questions on the chat, we can take it. But I stopped sharing so Dipti can, set herself up. So she has a few more minutes to get settled.
Thank you.
But I'll stay online to answer any question if anyone has anything.
Hasan bhai,
Thank you.
Deepti is working.
Can you please introduce Deepti with our audience?
Our is muted.
Okay.
Please unmute her. Please unmute her.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to do that.
Hi, Mahir.
Hi.
Hello, Deepti. How are you?
How are you? Doing good. Hi, Tayeb.
Good.
If you are still online.
Yes, I'm online. I'm online. I'll be here a few more minutes. No worries.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome to SQLSaturday 2020.
Thank you.
Okay. Deepti Goguri, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. I would like to tell about you to audience.
Sure.
Introduce yourself. Okay. Okay.
Sure.
This is Deepti, and she is now working as a SQL database administrator on Intone Network Limited Incorporation. Am I right?
Yes.
Intone Network Incorporation. Okay. So Deepti is a SQL Server database administrator with more than 7 years of experience in administering SQL Server. She is a Microsoft certified trainer and professional with an associate and expert level certification in data management and analytics. She completed her master's in computer technology at Eastern Illinois University. Right?
Mm-hmm.
She usually blogs for dbnuggets.com. Okay. Deepti, you can start your session. And again, I would like to welcome you to take your session on this event. And
Thank you,
please carry on.
Mahir. Sure. Can you please allow me as a presenter? Because I do not see any option here to share my screen.
Yes, you are currently you are joined as a presenter. Okay, let's carry on. Thank you.
Can
Thank
you
you,
see
Asan bhai.
Can you see my screen in presentation mode right now?
Yeah, we're seeing your screen, and we're seeing your presentation right now.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending upon the time zone you are in. My name is Deepti Goguri. Today, I would like to present on the topic life cycle of a query in SQL Server. Before starting the session, I would like to thank Asan for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak for SQLSaturday Bangladesh. It's really an honor. So before beginning, let me introduce myself a little bit. As Chaudhary already introduced myself, I would like to skip this part. I would like to mention a very quick part, like if you have any questions regarding this session later, you can always contact me on Twitter or through email. You can find those details here.
Yes.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and begin the session. So today we are going to talk about the life cycle of a query in SQL Server. So basically this session is all about SQL Server internals and architecture. We are mainly focusing on the life cycle of a query, like what happens behind the scenes whenever a query gets submitted to the SQL Server. So there is a lot of content to grab. Hopefully you like it. So let's get started. I would like to thank each and every sponsor for sponsoring this event. Without your help and support, this event would not have been possible. So what are we going to discuss in this session today? We are going to see the basic asset properties, like asset properties of transactions, like each and every transaction for the relational databases should ensure the asset property. And we are going to see a very simple example ensuring this asset property. We are also going to see the different types of memory components we have in the memory architecture of SQL Server. In this particular session, we are going in deep into plan cache and the buffer pool and how these cache get managed inside the SQL Server. We are also going to see the life cycle of a query for read as well as the write transactions, like what happens behind the scenes when a query is submitted to the SQL Server. We are also going to see the different components we have in the SQL engine. That's relational engine components as well as the storage engine components. So internals, why should we actually care, right? Even without knowing the internals, we can just go ahead and do our daily jobs. But what will happen if you know the internals, right? Many DBAs and developers, they work with SQL Server on daily basis, but might not exactly understand what happens behind the scenes whenever a query is submitted to SQL Server. So knowing this information will help you in knowing how queries gets processed at each stage inside the SQL engine. It will also help you in tracking down the performance issues very quickly and fix them efficiently. It will also build you the confidence while managing the SQL databases and SQL engine. It will also help you in convincing your manager or coworkers of why they have to take your ideas seriously. Last but not least, we work with SQL Server every day. So the more we know about the internals, the better we can understand how SQL engine works behind the scenes. Let's start with basics, right? The ACID properties. Every major relational engine, it can be the SQL Server, Oracle, PostgreSQL, Sybase. All these major relational engines should satisfy the ACID properties of transactions. Now, what is this ACID? A stands for atomicity. Atomic meaning a single unit of work. A single transaction can contain one operation or it can contain multiple operations in it. All the operations inside every single transaction should either complete successfully or none of them. For example, let's take a store procedure and we have two operations inside that particular store procedure, the update statement as well as an insert statement in it. Whenever you execute that store procedure, both the operations inside that transaction should either complete successfully or none of them. For example, if the update succeeds and if the insert fails, then SQL Server should go ahead and roll back the entire transaction. That's atomicity. C stands for consistency. The data inside the database should always be consistent before starting the transaction and after completing the transaction. For example, if I wanted to do an update statement on a table, while doing that update, if something happens suddenly, like if there is a power outage and if we had to restart the SQL Server, once we restart the SQL Server, this uncommitted transaction should be completely rolled back, making the data in the consistent state. That's consistency. I stands for isolation. No matter how many concurrent transactions are happening at the same time, each and every transaction should be independent of each other and without interfering with any other transaction. Like for example, I wanted to do an insert into a table, right? Bunch of records into a table. While I'm doing that insert, none of the other transactions which are running concurrently should be interfering with my transaction. That's isolation. D stands for durability. Once the transaction is successfully completed and all the data has already been made to the database should be permanent. Like for example, if we had to restart the SQL Server later at some point of time, then all the data that has already been made to the database should be permanent without any data loss. That's durability. So what components of the SQL engine will ensure the ACID property? Atomicity is very easy to be ensured. It is taken care by the parse component inside the relational engine. Consistency is also very easy to be ensured. It is taken care by the parser and binder components inside the relational engine. Inside the The isolation part is all about the logging mechanism. It is taken care by the log manager inside the storage engine. Durability is the most toughest of all. It is taken care by the transaction log inside the storage engine. So once the atomicity, isolation, and durability are ensured, consistency will automatically be ensured for the transaction. So let's see a very simple example ensuring these ACID properties. For example, let's take a simple bank transaction in this particular example. And in that particular simple bank transaction, we have two operations in it, right? For example, I have a balance of $500 in my balance, and for my account is ID1, and I would like to send $100 to my friend's account. which have an ID of 2. Now this particular transaction have 2 operations in it, right? First, we have to deduct $100 from my balance, which is $500. And then the next operation is to credit $100 to my friend's account. So this particular transaction can be done in multiple ways, right? We can use the online application, or even we can use the mobile phone application to do that. So in this scenario, let's take a mobile phone application to do that. So once I begin the transaction on my mobile phone, SQL Server will also begin the transaction behind the scenes. So the first operation inside that particular transaction is to deduct $100 from my balance, right? So that's the first operation, which makes out of $400 in my balance. The second operation inside the same transaction should be to credit $100 to my friend's account. But I suddenly see this on my screen. I am logged out of the mobile phone application and I see this alert saying facility is temporarily unavailable. Now what has happened? I'm in between the transaction. I do not know if I lost my $100 or if my friend has received $100. So I immediately called her and asked if she received any money, which she said she didn't. So I immediately called the bank customer service guys to know what has happened. They said there was a severe thunderstorm and some of their SQL Server went down and they already restarted them. Now, just think what should happen for this particular transaction if this transaction should ensure the asset property, right? Let's see what will happen once they restart the SQL Server. So once the SQL Server restarted, that particular uncommitted transaction is completely rolled back, making the data in the consistent state. Now this particular transaction is ensuring the asset properties of transaction. Now how? Atomicity is ensured by rolling back the entire transaction. The consistency is ensured by reflecting the $500 in my balance, which is the initial amount before starting the transaction. The isolation is also ensured. Like, did you observe when SQL Server went ahead and deduct $100 from my balance? None of the other transactions were interfering with my transaction, right? The isolation is also ensured. The durability part is also ensured. I did not lose my money. I have that $100 back into my account, which is reflecting in my balance right now, which is $500. So that's how each and every individual transaction for all these relational databases should ensure the asset property. Now let's see the overview of memory architecture and what components we have inside the memory of the SQL Server. So SQL Server Engine is a Windows program which will use Windows APIs to allocate memory to the SQL Server. Now there are different types of components we have in the memory architecture of SQL Server. In this particular session, we are mainly focusing on the plan cache and the buffer pool and how those cache get managed. But let's see what other components we have in the SQL Server memory, right? The first component, plan cache, which is one of the bigger components. It stores the store procedures, query plans, etc. The buffer pool, which is the major component of the SQL Server. It holds the 8 KB data pages and the index pages in it. There are also other type of cache like log cache, token and perm user store cache. Now what this token and perm user store cache does is it will store the user permissions onto the objects. Now there is also other type of cache known as column store cache, which stores the column store indexes in it. Now all these cache which you are seeing in the blue color are very special. Now why I say that? They are very special because they have a backing mechanism in them. When there is a memory pressure, since they have a backing mechanism, all the objects inside these type of cache will be sent to their storage systems. But what about the fixed memory, which you are seeing in the green color? Fixed memory is known as fixed because it cannot be expanded or shrinked when there is a memory pressure. Now, what type of components are stored inside this fixed memory? The connections to the SQL Server, like the memory grant connections for the hashes and sorts, those kind of connections are stored in the fixed memory. Now, the fixed memory cannot be expanded and shrinked because there is no backing mechanism in them. There is also other type of cache known as SQL Server.exe overhead cache. Now, as you know, the SQL Server.exe is an executable and many things will be running this executable, right? Like for example, the thread stacks. There is also other type of memory known in memory OLTP. Now, even this type of memory is a fixed memory. That means it cannot be expanded or shrinked when there is a memory pressure. Now, there should be other process which should be kicked in and clean up all these tables inside this in-memory OLTP, such that we have space for the newer object to be stored inside this particular cache. So that's the overview of the memory architecture. Now let's see how this plan cache and the buffer pool gets managed inside the SQL Server. Now there is something known as LRUK algorithm, which is also known as least recently used algorithm. The -K is for the complexity of the code. Now what is this LRU? LRU meaning if something is staying in the cache for the longer time, those kind of things will be discarded first. But what happens with a SQL Server? SQL Server will think this way. If there is an execution plan, which is taking less amount of resources to get created, those kind of execution plans will be discarded first. But if there is a more complicated execution plan, then those kind of plans will have more options to stay inside the cache for longer time. Now, how does this memory gets managed, right? There are two types of process which will manage the plan cache. One is the lazy writer and the other is ghost cleanup. Now let's see how these two process works. Now this is my plan cache, and the right side diagram which you are seeing is my plan cache, which is really small. We just have 3 execution plans in it: the plan 1, plan 2, and plan 3. Now each and every object inside the plan cache, we have two numbers at the bottom of each object. The left side number is known as complexity code value, and the right side number is known as complexity countdown value. Now what happens when the lazy writer kicks in, right? The lazy writer will be kicked in every minute by the SQL Server automatically. Now once it gets kicked in every minute, what it does is it will go ahead and see if there are any least recently used execution plans. Once it finds them, it will go ahead and decrement the complexity countdown value by 1 on each object it thought that it did not get used. So here in our example, none of them will be used. So what the lazy writer does is we'll go ahead and decrement the plan 1 complexity countdown value from 18 to 17, for the plan 2 from 9 to 8, and for the plan 3 from 2 to 1. And then the lazy writer will go away. In the very next minute, the lazy writer will kick back in again to see if there are any least recently used execution plans. In our example, none of them will be used again. So what the lazy writer does is will go ahead and decrement the plan 1 complexity countdown value from 17 to 16, for the plan 2 from 9 to 7, and for the plan 3 from 1 to 0. Now did you observe the plan 3 complexity countdown value has changed to 0? That means the SQL Server should go ahead and discard this plan 3 out of the cache, right? But that is not what it is going to happen. There is some other process known as ghost cleanup, which will be kicked in every few minutes by the SQL Server automatically. Now what it does is it will go ahead and flag all these execution plans with no countdown value as ghosted. That means they are still in the plan cache, but they are in the half-life. Now, for example, if there is a memory pressure tomorrow, then the ghost cleanup on its regular process, it will come, right? It will come and it will take these ghosted execution plans out of the cache, and it will evict them out of the cache. But if there is no memory pressure, then in that particular scenario, these execution plans are still going to stay in the plan cache, such that there might be some other user who will be coming and using the same execution plan for his query later, right? That's how the ghost cleanup works. In the very next minute, the lazy writer will kick back in again to see if there are any least recently used execution plans. In our example, the plan 2 will be used. So what the lazy writer does is it will go ahead and change the plan 2 complexity countdown value to its original value, which is 9. So that's how the plan cache gets managed by lazy writer and the ghost cleanup. Now let's see how the buffer pool gets managed. Basically, the buffer pool holds the 8 KB data pages as well as an index pages in it. So buffer pool has to manage 3 kinds of different structures: the heap tables, clustered indexes, and non-clustered indexes. So if for example you wanted to do a select star from a heap table, you know what will happen. The buffer pool has to go and grab those data pages into its buffer pool, do the operations over there, which is like very IO intensive and resource consuming, right? And if you put the indexes on the top of those heap tables, it will help reduce the IO, right? And also it will speed up the query process. Now, how does this buffer pool gets managed? Buffer pool gets managed by a process known as checkpoint process. What it does is it will go ahead and check if there are any dirty pages inside the buffer pool. Right? Now, what are these dirty pages? Dirty pages are the pages which are already written inside the buffer pool, but they are not yet hardened them onto the database file system. Now, what this checkpoint process does is it will be executed automatically by the SQL server for every few minutes. So it will go ahead and push back these dirty pages onto the database file system and harden them onto the disk file system. That's how the checkpoint process works to manage the buffer pool. Now let's see how the SQL optimizer chooses the plan. As you know, the SQL optimizer is a cost-based optimizer, and it always wanted to choose the good enough plan instead of the best plan. Now, what is the difference? The time as well as the cost is the difference. For example, if the optimizer wanted to choose the best plan instead of the good enough plan, what it have to do, right? Let's see with an example. Like here you have an example of a very simple select statement with a 4-table join in it, right? So in order to choose the best plan, then the good enough plan, the optimizer has to first go ahead and analyze 72 different types of physical access methods per table, right? Here we have 4-table join, right? 72 times 4, those many physical access methods per table. That means the optimizer has to go ahead and choose whether it have to do the clustered index scan or seek, those kind of physical access methods, 72 per table. On the top of it, you have to go ahead and analyze 24 different types of logical join orders just for this very simple select statement. Now, what are these logical join orders? Like we have a select statement here, right? For example, the join between A to B will filter out 70% of the records from the result set. And the join between B to C will filter out 90% of the records from the result set. Then in that particular scenario, the optimizer will go ahead and reorder the join in such a way that it will push back the join between B to C front of the statement and the rest of the joins, that is A to B, back of it. Now, why the optimizer do that is because it wanted to grab the results as quickly as possible. And on the top of it, the optimizer has to go ahead and analyze so many transformation rules, at least some thousands of them. And out of all of these transformation rules, it will grab approximately 26,000 possible plans to choose a best plan for this simple select statement. So just imagine how much IO intensive and cost consuming it is to get the best plan for this select statement, simple select statement. And no user want to wait for such long time to get a best plan, right? So instead of going ahead and analyzing each and every transformation rule, the optimizer will go ahead and analyze some of the transformation rule until it gets the good enough plan. Once it gets the good enough plan, it will go ahead and save that plan inside the plan cache and use that plan for the execution phase. Now, I would like to thank Kevin Klein for loaning me this example. If I have to tell the same concept in a very simple words, if the optimizer for a query, if it go ahead and think the execution plan A will be good in 3 milliseconds and the execution plan B in 3.5 milliseconds. But in order to know if the plan A is better or B is better, it have to go ahead and analyze like so many transformation rules for 5 minutes. The optimizer doesn't want to do that. It will go ahead and grab the plan A or plan B randomly. That's the reason why the optimizer is so quick. Now let's see the life cycle of a query. Now, if the life cycle of a query is divided into 3 different steps, then the first step contains the components parser, binder, simplification, and trivial plan. Now, these components from the first step are very lightweight to the SQL Server. It doesn't require much metadata at all, except for the query definition and the table definition. That's all it needs. When you come to the second step contains the components load metadata, join heuristics, and search phases. Now, these components from the second step, they gather almost all the metadata that it requires to process any query. When you come to the third step contains the components access method, transaction manager, and buffer manager. Now, when you compare with the other 2 steps, the first step and the second step, the third step components are IO intensive, resource consuming, because the buffer manager component have to go and grab the pages from the disk file system. That's the reason why it is very IO intensive. So the first step components and the second step components will come under the relational engine, and the third step component will come under the storage engine. Now let's see how the query gets processed behind the scenes. Let's see a very simple select query, right? For example, we have a user here who wanted to run a select statement onto the SQL Server. Now, no matter what kind of interface he is using, he can be using the SSMS Management Studio, Azure Data Studio, .NET Visual Studio, or even a third-party application. No matter what kind of interface he uses, he should first get the secure network connection to the SQL Server, right? Now, how does that happen? There is something known as SQL Server Network Interface, also known as SNI. Now, what this SNI does is it will secure a network connection between the SQL Server as well as the client. The client is our user here. Now, the SQL Server Network Interface will use the Internet Protocol to make this secure network connection. Now, we have different types of Internet protocols, right? The TCP, IP, shared memory, named pipes. No matter what kind of interface you use, process remains the same. So once the secure network connection has been established between the SQL Server as well as the user, the query that the user is sending will be wrapped inside a tabular data stream packet. Now, once this tabular data stream packet is wrapped, that particular TDS packet will be given to the SQL operating system by SNI. Now, once the TDS packet has reached the SQL operating system, that coming connection will be identified as a SQL connection by the SQL operating system, and it will assign a SPID to it. You know the SPID, right? Whenever you do the SPWHO2 or SPWHO, you see those SPIDs, SPID number 94, 105. Those are the SPIDs that are the active connections that are made to the SQL Server. So once a SPID has been assigned, the TDS packet will be unwrapped and identified as a SQL query. Now that particular SQL query will be sent to the first step inside the relational engine, which is the parser, right? The first component is the parser. So what will happen at the parser component? Parser will identify the syntax of the query. Now, for example, if you wanted to do a select star from, by mistake, you have given select star from, then at this particular phase, the parser should identify that as a syntactical error and throw back the error to the user. Now, the variables are also identified here. If you are using any variables, if you are declaring any variables, whether you declared it properly or not, those kind of things are checked here. Views are also expanded here. Like if in your query, if you are using any view, then behind the scenes, the code text behind that view will be brought in line to the query which you are sending. So basically, the views get expanded. With all this information, what the parser does is it will put a hash on the query which we are sending, and it will go ahead and compare that hash of the execution plan inside the plan cache. If it finds the exact match, then it will go ahead and use the same execution plan for the execution phase. But what if it doesn't find any execution plan, right? The exact match? It will go ahead and build the initial logical tree at this particular phase. And now our query will be sent to the binder component. So binder is also known as algebraizer or normalizer. Now, what happens at the binder is the parser will identify the syntax of the query, but the binder is the one which will validate and identify the objects inside the objects as well as column, whether they are valid or not. Those kind of things are checked here. And user permissions are also checked here, whether the user that is running the query, whether he have enough permissions to execute those objects or not. Those kind of things are checked here. And data type resolution also happens here. Now, for example, if you're running a very simple select query between two tables and you are using a union all clause in between, then the ordinal columns of those two tables should be matched in their data type. I will show you this particular scenario in our demo. Aggregate bindings also happens here, whether your sum, average, those kind of things are bound here. With all this information, the parse tree inside the plan cache is once again updated, and then our query will be sent to the simplification component. As the name itself says, simplification will simplify the query. Now, for example, if you have a select statement with a subquery in it, simplification component will go ahead and it will convert that subquery into a simple join. Now, contradiction detection also happens at this phase. For example, if you have a foreign key contradiction, those kind of things are checked here. With all this information, the parse tree inside the plan cache is once again updated, and then our query will be sent to the trivial plan component. Now, what happens at this trivial plan component, right? If you're sending a very simple query like select star from or a select star from a table with a simple where clause, those kind of queries are identified by the SQL server as very simple. And what it thinks is like this. This is such an easy query. Why should I even go ahead and update the parse tree inside the plan cache that these other components has been built until now? I'll just go ahead and discard that parse tree inside the plan cache that has been built until now, and I will just create the trivial plan on the fly because it doesn't cost it much. It doesn't cost any resources. So it will go ahead and create the trivial plan on the fly, and it will use that trivial plan for the execution phase. But what if our query is not so simple? What if our query has 10 tables in it with a complicated logic in it? Then SQL Server will identify that as a complicated query, and it wanted to create the full plan for it. So that particular query will be now sent to the second step inside the relational engine. Now the first component inside the second step is load metadata. Now, most of the metadata that has been gathered to process any query will be gathered at this component. Like index statistics and histograms are gathered here. The statistics are the block structures which are created inside the system tables, which will describe the distribution of the data inside a column or set of the columns of a table. Those kind of things are gathered here. Auto create statistics also happens here. Like for example, if you are doing a select statement very frequently and searching on a column very frequently, and that particular column is doesn't have any index on it, and it is not a key column inside an index, then in that particular scenario, SQL Server will go ahead and auto create statistics on that particular column. And cardinality estimates are gathered here. The cardinality meaning how many rows that the optimizer think it is going to come back out of each operator inside the query tree. Those kind of things are gathered here. And SQL Server and Windows collation are checked here. Set options are also checked here. For example, if you are using a set XML on or off, set ANSI padding on or off, depending upon the on or off, the query plan might be dependent. With all this information, the parse tree inside the plan cache is once again updated, and then our query will be now sent to the join heuristic component. Now, in the previous slide, I have discussed about this logical join order thing, but let me explain here again. For example, if we have a select statement with a 3-table join in it, and the join between A to B will filter out like 70% of the records from the result set. And the join between B to C will filter out around 99% of the records from the result set. Then the optimizer will go ahead and reorder the join in such a way that it will push back the join between B to C, front of the statement, and the join between A to B, back of it. Now, why the optimizer does that is because it wanted to grab the results as quickly as possible. Now, with this information, the parse tree inside the plan cache is once again updated, and then our query will be sent to the search phases. Now, in the very next slide, I'm going to discuss what these search phases are. But for now, just remember that the optimizer always wanted to choose the good enough plan instead of the best plan, right? Now, how it chooses is from these three phases: phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2. Once it finds a good enough plan from there, it will go ahead and update that plan in the plan cache. And then our query will be sent to the third step, which is the storage engine component, right? But before going into the storage engine, let's see what these search phases are. Now the phase 0, like no matter what kind of query we are running, optimizer has to always go ahead and grab the good enough plan from these three phases. The phase 0 is known as the transaction plan. And also these plans are generated at the pre-optimization stage. Now, what are these pre-optimization stage, right? The components from the first step that we discussed, the parser, binder, simplification, and the trivial plan, those components will come under the pre-optimization stage. That means the trivial plans are generated here, right? And then these queries, like these execution plans, are created as quickly as possible for the very simple queries, like with maximum of 3 tables in it. And they need very less metadata, right? They need basic heuristics to generate these execution plans. But when you come to the phase 1 is also known as quick plan. Now, these kind of execution plans are generated for maximum of 8 tables, a query with maximum of 8 tables. More transformation rules are needed than the phase 0. Now, what happens with phase 0 and phase 1 is the optimizer will take the query that we are submitting, and it will go ahead and compare our query with already existing execution shapes. If it finds the good enough plan from there, it will go ahead and grab that execution plan. But that is not the case with the phase 2. Phase 2 is also known as full plan. Now, the full plans are generated for more complicated queries. Most of the parallelism spills to TempDB happen at this phase, and almost all the transformation rules are unlocked here. Now, what happens at this phase 2 is the optimizer, it will go ahead and prune off all the transformation rules that we are not using in our query. Now, what I mean by that, for example, we are not using the data type like varchar max, right? So the optimizer will first go ahead and prune off all the transformation rules which are related to that varchar max, such that it will go ahead and analyze some of the transformation rules to get that good enough plan as quickly as possible. That's how these optimizer will go ahead and get the execution plan from these three phases. Now our query is at the storage engine component, right? The third step. Now before going into these component, let's remember that no matter what kind of query it is, it can be read, write. All of those queries should be it should pass from first step as well as the second step, right? Depending upon the complication. If the query is so simple that the trivial plan got generated, then the trivial plan will be sent to the execution phase from the first step directly to the storage engine. But if the query is complicated, then that particular query should be passed through the second step, right? The second step, and then to the storage engine, which is the third step here. So all the difference happens here in the storage engine is at the transaction manager component as well as the buffer manager component. Now let's see what will happen with the read transaction, right? Now the first component here is the access methods. The access methods, it doesn't do any operation by itself, but all it does is to analyze how it have to grab the results from the disk file system. That's all it does. when our query will be now sent to the transaction manager component. Inside the transaction manager, we have two more components in it, the transaction log component as well as the log manager component. Now, as this is a read transaction, the transaction manager will go ahead and invoke the log manager part of it, but not the log manager. You know why, right? This is a read transaction. We are not making any modification to the database pages inside the buffer pool. So that's the reason we do not have to invoke any log manager. But the transaction manager will request the buffer manager to put a shared log on the resources that it needs to get the results. Now, why shared log is because this is a read transaction. We do not want to block any other transactions, right? Now, once the query has reached the buffer manager, it will go ahead and first put the shared log on the resources it needs to process the query. And then it will go ahead and grab those pages from the buffer pool. Like if it will go ahead and check if all those pages are already inside the buffer pool. If it didn't find some of them or all of them, it will go ahead and grab those pages in the form of 8 KB pages from the database file system, put them in the buffer pool, do the operation over there, and send the results to the user. That's how the read transaction works. Very simple. But what happens with the write transactions, right? As you know, the access methods by itself, it doesn't do any operation, but it will just have to analyze how it have to grab the results from the disk file system. But once the query is now sent to the transaction manager, the transaction manager will now invoke the transaction log component first. Because this is a write transaction, before writing anything onto the database files inside the buffer pool, first we have to write those changes into the transaction log. Once those changes are written to the transaction log, then the transaction manager will now invoke the log manager part of it, and it will request the buffer manager to put an exclusive log on the resources that it needs to process the query. Now, once the query has now sent to the buffer manager, now the buffer manager will first put the exclusive log on the resources it needs. Now, why exclusive? Because this is a write transaction and we do not want any other transactions to be interfering with our transaction, right? And then once it put the exclusive log on the resources, it will go ahead and check if all those data pages, all those resources that it needs are already in the buffer pool. If it didn't find some of them or all of them, it will go ahead and grab those pages in the form of 8 KB, just like the read transaction, put them in the buffer pool, do the modifications over there, and send the success message to the user. Now, did you observe the databases are already modified in the buffer pool, but they are not hardened them onto the database file system, right? That's when the checkpoint process will get kicked in. It will go ahead and grab these dirty pages and harden them onto the database file system. That's how the write transaction works. Now let's see the demo of how these pre-optimization stages works behind the scenes, like the parser, binder, simplification, and the trivial plan. It's a very quick demo, doesn't take much time. Let me go ahead and share my, Chaudhary, can you see my SSMS Management Studio? Can you please confirm?
Yeah. We can see your screen on
Management Studio, yes. Right?
Studio, you're seeing.
Thank you. So for this demo, I'm using AdventureWorks 2016 database. Let me put the database in the context. And first, let me show you how the parse only option works. The parse only option will just invoke the parser. You can parse the query in two different ways. You can set the parse only option on, or you can also use the icon here, the parse icon. What it does is when you enable that, it will just parse the query. It doesn't execute the results or it doesn't generate any execution plan. Now, I wanted to do a very, I want to parse a very simple query. Now, the syntax is perfectly all right. So when I execute it, it should not throw me an error. But here, when you observe, I did not declare the variable, but I'm still using it in the where clause. Now, in this particular scenario, it should throw me an error because the parser will also identify the variables, right? Now, what if I do select non-existing column from a non-existing table, right? When I execute that, it should not throw me an error because parser will just identify the syntax. Syntax wise, this is perfect, but the columns and tables are not existing. That's when the binder will kick in, right? The binder will identify that. Now let me turn off the parse only option off, and let me turn on the format only option on. Now this particular format only option, when I turn it on, both the binder as well as the parser will be invoked. So let me turn on that format only option. Can you please mute the phone, mute the voice, please? We can hear the voice. Thank you. So this is a very simple select statement. I just want to validate the objects as well as the columns. Each and every object is validated and they are there. So when I execute that particular query, it should not throw me an error. At the same time, it doesn't execute the results as well as it doesn't create the execution plan because this is just parsing and binding, right? Now, I would like to execute the same query, select non-existing column from a non-existing table. But this time when I execute it, it should throw me an error because the binder component kicked in, right? It should validate the objects as well as the columns. Now let me turn off this format only option off. Now the format only option is deprecated, but still for this demo I'm using, and we can use it right until they completely remove it. Now let me show you how the data type resolution works. Like I explained to you that I will show in the demo, right? So we have a select statement between two tables. The ordinal column of these two tables should match in their data type. Now the customer ID is of an integer data type. Sales order ID is also of an integer data type. Now when I execute this particular query, it should produce the results, right? But what if I manually created a data type resolution, right? Error. The customer ID here is of an integer data type, but the credit card approval code is now of a different data type, right? The varchar. So when I execute this particular query, it should now throw me an error saying the conversion failed. Right? That's how the data type resolution happens at the binder component. Now let's see how the simplification works. Right? For this demo, we are using again, let me put the database in the context. And here we have a very simple subquery, right? A simple select statement which have a subquery in it. And now the simplification component will have to convert that subquery into a very simple join. Now let me enable the actual execution plan on. And when I execute this particular query and go ahead and see the execution plan, now did you observe it created the inner join? That means the subquery is converted into inner join. No matter how many times you run the subqueries, behind the scenes, those subqueries will be converted to simple joins. And it will also, the simplification also will remove any redundant tables that we are using in our query. In this select statement, we are getting only the columns from the sales order header table, but we are simply using the customer table here, right? We are not getting any results from there. So when I execute that particular query and see the execution plan, it will only grab the results from the sales order header table. It just removed the redundant table, which we are not using behind the scenes. Now let's see how the contradictions works. Here, this is a very simple select statement. I created a contradiction saying where territory ID is equal to 1 and where territory ID is not equal to 1. Now when I execute that, it should not produce any results, right? At the same time, it did not throw me an error because this is a pre-optimization stage and it doesn't know, like the optimizer doesn't know what value we are using. We can use the territory ID 1 or 1000, it doesn't know. And let's see how the trivial plan component works. Right? This is a very simple select query with a simple where clause. Now let's see what kind of plan gets created for this particular query. When I execute that, and if I go to the execution plan and do the properties on this particular select, now did you see the optimization level? It choose to be a trivial plan. Now the SQL Server thought this particular query is very simple, and no matter how many times we execute this particular query, those many times the trivial plans get generated, because the SQL Server, for SQL Server, it's so lightweight, it can create trivial plans on the fly. And these trivial plans are not saved inside the plan cache by default. But what if there might be some scenarios, right? You always expect the SQL Server to generate the full plan, but in some scenarios, it will go ahead and create the trivial plan. But now you wanted to save that plan inside of your plan cache. But in order to save that plan, you have to make sure that the plan is full plan, right? So that it can be saved inside the plan cache. Now in that particular scenario, we have an option where you can enable the trace flag 8757. Now when you enable the trace flag on for that particular query, then the trivial plan will be converted into a full plan behind the scenes. Like when you execute this particular query and execute that with the trace flag on, and when you check the execution plan and do the properties on the select, now did you see the optimization level has been turned to full? Now this particular plan is saved inside the plan cache. But I would not recommend you to do this on production, because there is a reason why SQL Server created a trivial plan, right? It doesn't cost it much. So it doesn't want to save those plans inside the plan cache because it wanted to use the same cache for the more complicated execution plans, right? That's how the simplification and trivial plan components work. Now let me very quickly hop back into my slides. Now, in the life cycle of a query session, today we have gone through the overview of ACID properties of transaction with a very simple example ensuring the ACID properties. We have also gone through the overview of the memory architecture of SQL Server and how many components we have. And in this particular session, we have gone in deep into the plan cache and buffer pool and how these cache get managed. And we have also seen the life cycle of a query for the read as well as the write transactions. And we have also seen the different types of components we have in the SQL engine. That's the relational engine as well as the storage engine. Now, in order to prepare for the presentation, I have followed these resources. If you want to know more in deep into the SQL Server internals and life cycle of a query, please follow these resources. And I would like to thank one more time. Thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity, Ashan. I should especially thank you. It's always an honor to speak for SQL Saturday Bangladesh. Thank you so much. If you have any questions at this point of time, please shoot at me.
Thank you, Dipti. Thank you for your nice presentation.
Thank you, Dipti. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So let's see if we have any question for you at our end. And I believe the audience have really enjoyed the presentation and fully understood it. And I cannot find a good question for you right now. So I believe, yeah. So I think we can close in on this for today.
Thank you.
That was really nice. Please.
Thank you so much, Ashan. So I have uploaded my demos as well as slides onto the SQL Saturday sessions schedule. If you wanted to go ahead, you can go ahead and download those there. Thank you once again and have a good day. Thank you, Ashan. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Kamrul.
Hey, Hassan, do you want to continue or do you want me to move forward?
No, actually, I want to invite you to introduce with John. Can you please?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, John. So yeah, our next speaker is John Mina, and John Mina is currently working as a data architect at Insight at I believe digital innovation section, and he has over 30 years of data processing experience, and he has gone through overall full SDLC like project life cycle, including design, development, implementation, and maintenance of IT and software-enabled system. And he has a graduate and undergraduate degree from University of Rhode Island, and he has MCSE certificates and data science certificates as well. He has been a data platform MVP for from 2014, and he has already awarded 5 times for his outstanding contributions to the data platform community. So that's a short intro about John Mina. So John, it's all yours.
Okay. Well, good morning or good afternoon for you. I'm in my pajamas, as you can see. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I am out of the Boston area. I probably would have had the MVP for more years, but I did spend a couple of years at Microsoft, so that was interesting. I was doing pre-sales. So I'm going to hide my screen, and we're going to go through the presentation. I'm going to show you a bunch of links to different materials that you can look at. Yeah, I've been in the industry for a long time. I did a lot of SQL work. Lately, last year, I've been focusing on Spark. So if you haven't learned Spark or Python yet, I suggest you do. You know, Spark's cool because a lot of SQL skills that you learn as a DBA or a developer can apply, okay? And that's a whole different thing. But Ashan, can you see my desktop? You should see Outlook, and then if so, I'm going to hide my screen and stop the presentation.
I can.
Yeah, we can see your desktop. So please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. I'm going to take questions at the end if everyone doesn't mind. That way, you know, we got a lot to talk about, and we can go there. So first and foremost, I'd like to thank the community, and especially Ashan and the SQL group here for inviting me to talk at SQLSaturday. With COVID, I probably wouldn't have had this opportunity. Most of the times people meet in person, okay? But with COVID being nowadays, a lot of these things are virtual. And again, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to talk. Yeah, undergraduate, I was basically an engineer initially, and I found out I like computers better. So I ended up doing computer science, and I had a ton of extra math. So I did computer science and applied math, and I went back for my master's. And I definitely believe in continuing learning. So if you're not getting your certifications, I know Microsoft changes them all the time. Please keep up your learning. I like doing presentations like this because it reminds me of the basics. And a lot of times, you know, you forget about them if you don't keep on applying them. One of the things I want to point you to is John Miner at GitHub 3. I am John F. Miner III, so that's why it's John Miner 3. If you go into community work, there's 20-something presentations here. The code and the presentations are freely given to the community. The one I'm going to be talking about tonight is going to be audit and prevent unwanted actions, okay? And this is a great presentation because I used to work for a company called Sensata, and they were worldwide, and they did manufacturing. And they had this table that actually controlled the machine that made these widgets, and the widgets actually go into cars. And what they did is they kept like maybe oil pressure, that was one type of widget, and so on. But the actual recipe for making the widget was in a SQL database. And if someone changed it and suddenly bad parts came out, guess what? It was really important to track who actually made that change. And so today we're going to talk different ways to track changes, that's auditing, and also prevent changes, okay? This is my profile in MS SQL Tips. I've been writing for a while. I almost got about 75 articles. Last year I was the author of the year, which was awesome. So thank you for everyone for voting. One of the things I want to point you to is 2 articles that are related to what we're talking about today. Audit and prevent unwanted SQL Server table changes. We're going to get into that in the presentation itself. But the actual change, the data that's going to be changed, is going to be stored into either a table per each table, so as an audit table per regular table. That I suggest that pattern if you get large set of data changes. If you don't have large set of data changes, then you can have one table be the audit table for many different tables. Okay, the triggers will point to there and put the data in. The way I actually save the data is XML, and this article shows you how to reverse engineer the XML. So if you do a delete, well, guess what? The opposite of rolling back a delete is an insert, right? And if you did a change, rolling back that change is another change, right? And so on. One of the things that's really hard to track is select statements. A lot of those people that work in the HIPAA industry, okay, HIPAA is for medical. There's really nothing good out there for tracking selects, okay? And the only thing I can suggest for you is maybe using stored procedures, okay? Or, maybe using a product. I only seen one product out there, Confio, and I think Confio has a product that actually looks at the transactions that go to the database. Other than that, there's really no good way to do this. The second thing I want to talk about is a SQL audit. So this is custom auditing versus SQL audit. And SQL audit, again, has a limitation that you can't track a select. You can't say, hey, John, want to do select from, the patient table where last name is mine. And maybe I was looking for, my mom was in the hospital. Right? Just a hypothetical situation. And again, both of these do not have a good story for select. Insert, update, and delete, definitely awesome stories. And again, we're at SQLSaturday, Bangladesh, and we'll get right into it. So today, during the demo, I'm going to be using a virtual machine. So if you haven't used virtual machines, this is what it looks like. I did expose the IP, so we can talk from my local computer to the computer. And we're going to do an example about how to stop certain programs from working, and that'll be MS Access, okay? So let's go to the main page and let's start the demo. At least the presentation first, and then the demos. And it should be flickering for a second, and hopefully you can see it. So if you can't see it, tell me. If not, I'll assume everyone sees it. Okay. So again, this is SQLSaturday 1004. My name's John Miner, and I already gave you all this information, so I'm skip past it. So what is the audience for this actual talk? Okay, there's two people, or two groups of people I think about. One is the SQL Server developers, okay? So how do you use table, database, and SQL Server triggers to prevent and audit various actions? So you can either roll back the action or you can audit, which is store, the consequences of the action somewhere, right? And obviously you can put a drop database trigger on a server. Obviously, if it's a 4 terabyte database and you're dropping it, it's going to take a long time to undo that action, okay? So, it's very important that security is in place, okay? That's your first line of defense. We're going to explore other contracts, and there are other ways to control the chaos, and we'll talk about that. As for administrators, you need all the tricks of the developers, okay? Granting the correct privileges for principals and objects is really important. We'll talk about change data capture as another alternative and why I don't like it, but it does some things. And you can see what the differences are, and we can talk about it. So today's corporations are usually multi-geo corporations, right? If you're working for Sensata, and I worked for Sensata back in 2011, we had plants in Hungary, we had plants in East Asia, we had plants in the UK. It was all over the place, right? And so the problem is that there's many different people that might have sysadmin privileges, okay, to your databases. So, and change control process might be weak because, when I worked at a bank, change control was really important because you're talking millions, if not billions of dollars, right? And so if something, was a detrimental change, that would be a big concern. So there's always a change control meeting each week and also a rollback plan, right? Also, SDLC is really important when putting this stuff in because you want to test it in a lower environment and prevent it to a higher environment, right? So what we're going to talk about today is how to prevent and audit changes so that if something does go wrong, you can figure out what went wrong and how to reverse it. So the techniques we're going to talk about today are granting the correct user access, okay, to the objects. I'll talk about, database roles and how you can set a person to a database role. I suggest using AD group, okay. DML triggers, so data manipulation language, okay. So that's your insert, that's your update, that's your delete, okay. How can we keep track of how the data is being changed? And that's really important when you have those recipe tables. I've been doing a lot of things in the cloud lately, probably the last 3 to 4 years, really heavily doing the modern data platform, which means we're using Azure Data Factory to talk on-premise and bring data to the cloud. And what we do is we use a metadata-driven approach. That means that you have information in the table that drives the ETL. Well, if someone puts the wrong information there, it'll break the ETL. So that's a great way to track, who made the change, right? Data definition language triggers are basically who changed the schema, right? So if the schema changed, someone added a column and suddenly ETL broke, we want to know who did that, okay? We can also not only order it, but we can prevent data schemes modifications and schema changes by using triggers. And there's a couple techniques to prevent table truncation, so we'll talk about that. I mean, there's really not a real good way to do it, but you can put a foreign key on it. We can talk about change data capture, replication, a few ways to do it. We'll talk about logon triggers, like who logged on when and what were they doing, right? We can find out, what IP they're coming from, right? And we'll talk about why change data caption is an alternative triggers, and that's a log reader, and what's missing there versus rolling your own custom audit. So like anything, we need to have a sample database, okay? And so I thought about, autos, and this is this diagram was actually created with Oracle. Oracle has something called I forget what the name was, but it's Oracle Schema Design. It's like an ERD program, okay? It's a freeware program, and you can look for it out there. And basically, we're going to have a active table, okay, and we're going to have an audit table. So we can see audit.log table changes, and obviously we're curious about, what's going on with the tables, right? And then we have log database changes, right? That's going to track, who's making changes to the database, okay? And then we're going to have a couple tables. One is cars by country. So we're curious, like how many cars are being produced by a certain country and what continent is the country on. And also we have that keys, car by country is another table that we can do that foreign key, okay, to actually stop truncations. So I always like Dilbert, and so I always put a little, Scott Adams comic in here. So all the demonstrations are code-based, so I just want to show you how to do it in code. I always did code when I did SQL development. I hope you're not offended. If so, you can leave now. Well, you won't see you leaving because it's virtual. But in the past, one of the things that was interesting out there is this Dilbert comic strip that came out in probably, I think, the 90s, okay? And this, boss comes up and says, hey, Dilbert, I think we should build a database, SQL database. He goes, And he goes, does he know what a database is? He maybe saw it on a trading mat. He says, what color do you want the database? That's what Dilbert comes out, and the actual boss says, hey, I think mauve has most RAM, right? I want a mauve one. This would have been totally appropriate if instead of saying mauve, he picked Azure, okay? But as you know, Azure is doing really well. I have a few shares of stock in Microsoft, and they've gone up tremendously. So, having SQL skills is very important, and yeah, you'll keep a job by knowing SQL. So let's start from ground zero. So we're going to have to create that database, the orders database. We're going to make the active and audit schemas. We're going to talk about that. We're going to create some tables. We're going to design 2 stored procedures to populate the table so we can actually show how, deleting the data from the table and then reloading it, how it actually gets ordered, because a single delete versus a multiple delete actually gets ordered differently. And we're going to do this by executing the code to actually load the tables, right? So let's go into the demo. So I have this server, like I said, spinning up here. Let's slide this over to there. and drag that there. Okay. So, and I will see if I can make this 70%. Nah, it's 150. Okay. So there's a bunch of steps. And again, I did this presentation a long time. So we're going to talk about securities for partitioning and so on. So we're in master, and I'm going to do a little cleanup because I was playing around with this to make sure. And if I hit refresh, let's see if it's still there. Okay, so we don't have the audits table. I dropped it. So let's start the process. One of the things we want to do is when creating a new database, we usually start in master. It's always good to see if the database exists, and if not, drop it and then reload it. Be careful with this statement, because if you run this, and I've done this before by mistake, guess what? You suddenly drop the whole database. So this is something that you might want to comment out, and if it fails, then you say, oh yeah, you know what, I'm just reloading, maybe a test environment, and that's fine to drop the database. If it's a real production database, obviously you don't want to do this. A lot of times when I use this, I actually use Visual Studio SQL database projects, and they're a lot easier to maintain, deployment of databases. But that first statement I just showed you is actually going to create the database. So now we see we have an autos database, and now obviously some settings like the size, is 32 megabyte. This is really a teeny database, 4 megabyte for log and so on. We're not even going to be doing even that much of changes. Okay. Again, some of this was done in 2.13. Some new constructs have come in, like drop schema if exists versus saying if exists and then selecting from the correct tables. They're both. You might see the newer version that came out in 2016 in the wild versus the older one, which is predating that. So we need to move to autos, right? And we're going to execute, basically create a schema, right? So usually when I'm interactive with people in the room, I say, hey, where are schemas, right? And schemas are a security construct, but they're actually going to be under security, not storage, right? So we can see we created an active schema, we created an audit schema, okay? So now we can segregate the data. I'll show you how that's done with logins, okay? And now we want to go ahead and say, hey, if there's not a continent table, then we're just going to put some continents in. So we're going to execute. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a primary key. And we're going to create a store procedure. And the store procedure is a very simple store procedure. It says execute as caller, that's me. And it says insert these values into the table. And now if we execute it, first if we do a select, okay, we're going to see is an empty table, right? Nothing's showing. And if we click on tables, we can see active.continents there. If we execute the actual store procedure and then run this again, okay, we can see that we actually have data showing, okay? So that's our first table. We're going to create the cars table again. So we're going to drop it if it exists, and it doesn't. And then we're going to add it, okay? And then we're going to add a primary key, okay? And we can see right here, there is a country ID and country name. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a continent ID. Okay, there's a foreign key. Okay, and we can execute the foreign key. Boom. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to run the same thing. We're going to create a similar store procedure, and this time we're going to add a bunch of car data. So we can see Argentina, India's in there. Okay, and this is kind of stale data because I did this in 2013, but the concept's all the same, right? So we're just going to execute the store procedure, and we can see, if you're curious, that under programming, under store procedures, we should have two. Okay, so that is load cars by country and load cars by continent. And again, if we select from the table, there shouldn't be any data, and if we execute this, well, there's going to be some data. Okay. So right now, okay, we don't have any users other than I'm logged in as Jay Miner, and I own the box. So John Miner owns this box. So I happen to be an admin for this piece of hardware, this virtual machine. So I'm automatically an admin for SA, okay? But we're going to create some users now. So we're going to create non-database contained users. So a database contained user means that user goes where the database is, okay? So if you do an Azure SQL, it's really important to do contained users. And if so, you will not be creating logons, you'll be creating users, but I'm going to create logons, okay? So logons show up in the security, okay? So if you look under not for autos, but way down to security here, you'll get a log, okay? And we see there's no auto user, we have one, so I'm just going to delete this one, and we'll recreate it again. Yes, please go away. Okay. So now we're going to say if exists, then drop it, and then we're going to give it a weird password, and we're going to say the default database is autos, okay? So we're going to create a user. Boom. Now we're going to go ahead and we're going to say, okay, so that's a logon. Now we're going to create the user for the logon with the default schema, meaning I can only see active, right? So execute. Now, one way to actually give out privileges is to assign people to like database roles. So if we go into autos, okay, we can see under security, okay, there's roles. And we can look at predefined roles, okay, so you can have data reader. Sometimes that's great if you want someone just to read something. Data writer, but that means that they could read both the active and the audit. And I don't want to have people see my audit, right? That's kind of like, you know, hey, I'm doing it, I'm the admin, I don't want anyone to know about it, right? So what we really want to do is we want to give privileges just to the active schema. So how can we do that? One way to do is to create a database role. So this statement right here, execute, we'll create a role. So if we go into application roles and hit refresh, this is a database application role, right? Is it in this one? It's one of these. There we go, auto role, okay? So at this point now, what we want to do is we want to, on schema active, give it all to control, which is everything in select. So we're gonna give these permissions to just that one. And we're going to add auto user to that one, okay? So let's do something really quick, and then I'm going to show you the logon, and we'll catch up on a presentation. So what we want to do is we want to create a table to track changes, okay? And what we're going to do is we're going to create this table called log table changes. We're going to execute. And we're going to add this table right here, okay? And we're going to add some defaults, okay? So we're going to execute this. Okay, and now if we go ahead and we hit refresh, okay, we have active and audit, okay? So let's log in, okay, as other users, right? So that was a SQL authentication user that we created, right, standard. And so it's auto user. I'm not gonna know the password off the top of my head because it's kind of complex. I need to come back here and do Control-C on that before we do this. We go back to SQL authentication. We do auto, I'm pretty sure this is case sensitive, insensitive I mean, and so Control-V, remember password, connect. Okay, we get a not connection. Now, if we go into autos, right, and look at tables, okay, hey, the audit table's not there. So that's one way to do security, okay? So give the actual rights that, you know, least amount of rights that the person needs to actually use. If you're doing applications, you want to think about persona, like the user, what does he usually have? Maybe he has database reader and database writer and nothing else. They can't change any tables, they can just add data, right? If they're doing stored procedures and you wrote the application to do stored procedures, maybe you have an application. Okay, so these are things to think about when you're the system administrator and the developer, okay? But this is one great technique because now we logged in and guess what? In reality, there's an audit table, but no one else sees it. Okay, so we talked about granting user access and the principle of least security. Never give out more than you need to. So you don't want to give, you know, the secretary SA because you never know what might happen, right? So you just give them the rights that they really need to do their jobs, right? And principals are objects that have access to resources, so logons, groups, roles, right? And securables are any object that can be secured. So we can put secure a table, a view, a stored procedures, right? And the things that you can do when granting roles, and this is data control language, right, is actually granting a role, revoking a role, and denying a role, okay? And whenever possible, use standard database and server roles if you can. Sometimes they're not easy to do, and if so, you can make your custom database role, but I wouldn't sign it at the user level because it's a lot of maintenance. So how can we audit data changes? Table triggers can be used to audit inserts, updates, and deletes. And again, I told you that auditing a select is a really hard thing to do. The only way to do it is really do store procedures and call them from your application. A lot of applications are already pre-built by the vendors, so that's a really difficult problem to solve, right? A user-defined table is used in this way. I set this up to keep track of the following. It's going to keep track of the change type. Is it an insert? Is it an update, delete? Who did it? When it happened, the host name, the scheme, the object, and the raw data role, right? And one table can be used for the whole database just to add a trigger for each table. So let's look at steps 7 through 9 in the demo. So if we go back to the virtual machine, okay, and let's bring this down a little. Okay, and go over a little. There we go. So we talked about creating this table, we added it, right? So now what we're going to do is we're going to create a trigger called fluid data, okay? If it's there, delete it. If not, what we're going to do is we're going to put it on active cars by country. And it's for insert, for update, and for delete. So there are two types of triggers. There's a after trigger and there's instead of trigger, okay? And these fall in the case of an after trigger. So an action happens and you can do something after it. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and there's two tables that exist, okay, when a trigger actually executes. There's an inserted table and a deleted table. So if we do select star from inserted and exist, and there's nothing in the deleted table, then it's insert, okay? If we select star from deleted and exist, but there's nothing inserted, then it's a delete. Okay, and last but not least, insert is that you have something that was deleted, which is the old record, and insert is the new records, okay? And so what we're going to do is we're going to insert into the table, okay, and we're going to select from the deleted or whatever record that is important as XML and call the root record set type. So now we're going to store XML that's going to actually capture our audit for the raw data, okay? So we're going to delete the trigger if it exists. We're going to add it. So now the trigger exists, okay? So let's test this, okay? And so I'm going to clean up a little. I don't think we need this one, so we're going to disconnect that. We don't need that user anymore. And if we hit refresh here, we can see that there's an audit table. And we So let's take a look how we do that. So again, we're going to make another audit table, and it's going to call log database changes. So we're going to drop it if it existed, and we know it doesn't. This one has a change ID, it's identity, okay? We're going to put a primary cluster key on the ID, it's just something we did. We're going to track the following things: the date, the type of change, change by who, application name, host name, the scheme and object, and actual T-SQL that happened. So we're going to add this table, okay? And we're going to set some defaults. So we're going to get the date and so on, as user, username, app name, host name. So all this stuff I don't have to worry about capturing. I just do an insert. Now we're going to say drop the trigger if it exists. Okay, now this trigger is going to be at a higher level. First one we did is at the table level. This one's going to be at the database level. So we're going to say, hey, if there's any of these events, and we can see it's all the ones I talked about, you know, triggers, functions, procedures, tables, security, then what we're going to do is we're going to get the event data, and we're going to pull some things out of the event data object, okay? And so we're going to get the event type, object name, schema, and some things we're going to say, like, for instance, create statistics that might be going on by the system we don't care about. If the object is something that's being created by the system we don't care about, otherwise we're going to log it, okay? So typical things you would do for a DDL trigger. Let's execute this. Let's test it. So we're going to say delete the existing table makes, right? And if we look here, right, there's no such thing as active make, so we can run this. This shouldn't really do anything. Boom. And then we're going to create a new table. Boom. We're going to add some constraints. One constraint, another constraint. So we're looking for the year start, the year end, right? We're going to say that the maker is going to be unique. and we're going to give it a primary key. Okay. Now, if we, and last but not least, we can go ahead, right, and run this before I do it, and we can show that we can see now this, we did an alter table, we did a create table, so it's in reverse order. I could order, you know, by descending, so this is the last one. And we can see we did create table, we did our check constraints, we did our unique constraint, we did our primary constraint. Last but not least, if we drop the table, and again, we take a look at it, we captured the drop table, okay? So basically this will capture all the SQL that's actually happening against your DDLs, okay? Your tables, functions, so on, who did it and when. Just like before, I haven't showed you where this trigger is, but it's at the high level. So last time we went into the actual table object. This time we want to go into the database object. So we look under programmability, right, and database triggers, and we'll see there's a trigger there. If we hit the disable here, okay, this is going to disable it. If we hit refresh, hopefully it executes it, not like it did last time. Let's see this. Still doesn't like me. Okay, try this again. Oh, database triggers. I know I did this. Execute, load schema, right? Refresh. Okay, so remember I said sometime there's a bug? This is one of the bugs. So in the past, this would be red, like the other one. See right now, it's still, you'd have to enable it. It's in disabled state, but it's not showing up as enabled, okay? So how can we do the next thing? Okay, so far we talked about auditing things. How can we prevent stuff? So there's a couple ways we can do that. So one of the things you might want to do is prevent data changes, right? And we can do the same thing with triggers. So we can say triggers can be used to prevent unwanted inserts, updates, or deletes. The check option of use is a poor man's version of razor integrity. In data prevention, both techniques allow truncation of tables. So even if I put it, you know, a trigger, okay, on a table and said, hey, don't allow, you know, DDL statements, you know, we can roll back the statement. The problem is that truncation will still allow it to be happen, okay? Also, again, security is key. So, you know, when you're thinking about giving out security, data reader, data writer, unless you need something more. And so let's take a look at how this works. So we're going to talk about preventing unwanted data changes. So this is great if you remember we're going to go into our MS Access database, which is this one. And the interesting thing is that every different version of Access has a different name, okay? So sometimes they have certain names, so we can see all tables, right? And, okay, let's see. Navigate to category. Why is it not showing me anything? External data. Right. Thought I had tables here. Custom. Yep. Okay, just bear with me. If not, I'll get it. So, database tools table. Okay, so that's there. I thought I had tables. I guess not. Third race connected one, but what we're going to do is external table, try it. And from database, from SQL Server, right? And we're going to do a link table, okay? So we're going to link to it. And what we need to do is we need to do the autos, hit OK. And what we're going to do is we're going to log in, right? So we had what? Auto underscore user, right? And I just need to get the password. Always forget the password. Somewhere around here. So find it. Sorry about this little interruption. If now, let's go Control Home. I know it's at the top. Okay. Should have copied this one. Here we go. Okay, Control C. So if we go here and we hit OK, we can see that we're actually getting in, right? We can do this, we hit OK. And now, okay, we're actually connected, right? So if we, let's see, I hate this new navigation, but home, custom, where's tables? Tables, here we go. And we can see this is it. And if we double click it, we actually pulled it in. We can see that this is the data, okay? So we want to prevent people from pulling this in, okay? Got 10 minutes, so let's keep on the dime. Okay, control end. Okay, we're almost at the end. So what we want to do is we want to actually see how this is coming in, right? So we want to look at app names, right? And how can we do that? Well, we just set up this trigger, right? And hopefully I did not disable it. Maybe I did enable it. Trigger disallow users. Did I get rid of the audit? I hope I didn't. Maybe I need to turn this on again. Let me enable this and let me disable it and let me do this again, see if it picked up the name. Okay, and again, I'm worried about what is the name of the application coming in, because we're going to actually go ahead and filter on it. See, Microsoft Office System. Sometimes it comes in as different names, and we can come down here and it does not look like it's picking it up for some reason. It should have done. Okay, so let's close out of here because maybe I already made the connection. Let's try this one more time. Got about 5-10 minutes tops. So let's do this again. So if we go here, okay. So now I'm going to go Control V. So this is where the sign in is. So this is probably going to capture it. Let's see over here if we execute this. Okay. So last but not least, we can see that this one says Microsoft Office, right? And it's in capital M, capital O, right? And look, that's different than in the past, because in other ones I've used Microsoft Office System, maybe that was a version 2013 or something, right? So again, it's one of those things you have to really pay attention to. Okay, so now I'm going to do is I'm going to create this trigger, okay, execute, okay, and then we're going to try this again. So we're going to close this system. Access, and what we're going to do is get back in a link table. Every time we use a link table, we have to put the credentials in. Okay, and so we're gonna boom boom, put this, put the credentials in, hit OK, and what do you think is going to happen? There we go. Our trigger comes up and says, "Hey, I don't like MS Access." Okay, so that's what we're trying to do, is filter out certain applications. As long as the application has an app name when connecting, you can do it. Let's disable this and talk about last topic, change data capture. I'm going to go to slides, and then if we get to the presentation, hopefully I'll have time. If not, we'll wrap up. So prevent server logons, we talked about, having the trigger, and we can prevent like Excel access from going to there. So let's talk about change data capture. Okay, how does this work? It's a little different than what we've done. Usually we have a source table, trigger gets logged, executed, and you do an action, right? It's an after trigger. We can roll it back, or we can keep track of it by inserting it into a table. So that's your auditing, that's your prevention, right? Change data capture started in 2008. And what it does is the transaction log allows you to roll back things. That's why you get your assets, right? And if something didn't complete and the database restarts, then it goes to the transaction log, finds it, and plays it for it, right? And what happens is, because there's a job there, this job can actually pull, okay, from the log and capture the changes. And there is a job that does it. There's also views and functions that you can use to pull the data, okay? A lot of times back in the past, you can use SSIS to do some of this work, right? So let's talk about the details. One, we can go ahead and enable the database, okay, with the CDC. The following agents are made to scoop up the data, so capture and clean up. We can enable the level which creates table names, CT, that tracks what happens on each table, and that's DML or DDL, okay? And these are a bunch of columns, right? Captured columns, change tables, DLN, histories, index columns. The LSN is the log sequence number, so that's the time which actually happened, okay? Comments on CDC. Nice first try at change data chapter. Here's some issues though. It's missing the username and host name, which are key items, right? Because we always want to know where it's coming from, right? Alter table does not add a new column to the change data capture list, okay? So if I add a new column, I don't get it. But guess what? In the XML what I was doing, you do get it. Did not define a step procedure to allow additions to the capture list, okay? And disabling CDC removes the tables. So if I disable like a trigger and turn it back on, I still get audit. In the past, I don't lose it, but with CDC, it goes away. And the timing of the job is not right away, okay? So we talked about the bibliography. There's a bunch of questions. Let me get back to got about 6 minutes to do this demo, and then maybe a minute or two to actually talk about questions. So if you're interested, there's a simple talk. I definitely give people kudos when possible. Take a look at this. Again, we're going to go to use autos. Okay, and to start this, we're going to drop out our triggers, right? We're going to drop out audit database chat logs, right? So we're not going to do this anymore. We're going to delete. Why is this? Because you don't have permissions. I should have permissions unless I'm someone else. Delete from these tables. I'm going to select from these tables. Okay, let's drop these. Why does this not execute? Okay, so it's gone, even though it's complaining. And then if we select, we can see some empty tables, right? Awesome. So what we're going to do is use master. Okay, and what we can do is we can say, we can check, what's enabled, right? And we can see, okay, that CDC enabled, and I'm excluding any system tables, and we can see autos doesn't have it yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to authorize the database autos to SA. Always love to make sure that happens, right? We're going to use autos, okay? We're going to enable CDC, okay? Now if we, whoops, I'm going to make sure I executed that. Now if we come back here, okay, we can actually see if it's enabled, and once it is enabled at the database level, okay? Now what we want to do is we want to, what tables are tracked? Is anything going on at the table level? And we can see that here's all the tables, and these are all system tables. We ignore those, just active, right? And what we can do is we want to make sure that the SQL Server agent is running, which it is, because it needs to be running to capture logs. And what we're going to do is we're going to, we did this with tables. We're going to actually enable it on both tables. So execute, right? And we're going to execute. It's taking a while. Didn't think it was going to take that long, but yep. See, now it's creating that capture and cleanup job. Okay, and this should go faster because it's not creating jobs. It's actually telling you to add an extra table. And what we can do is we can load the data like we did last time, right? And if we look at these CT tables, right, we can actually see there's nothing. Hey, this system's not working. Microsoft must have made a bug or something, right? Not really. That job that actually is capturing, okay, the actual activity runs periodically, okay? Might not happen right away. We know we sent, at least 39 records in one and another, and hopefully eventually it shows up. I do see this running, right? So it's running. Let's see. This is the only bad thing about this demo is that sometimes it does not show up. Hello. Let's see the job monitor, view the job activity, see if it's running. Next run, runnable. Next run, not scheduled. So capture, why is that? Capture and cleanup. So why is capture not running? Let's just start it. Let's execute this and let's see if this runs. Okay. Okay, refresh. Last run, not scheduled, never. So this capture should be running. RAIT. And we're executing this, right? So it's in progress. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, well, obviously it's not working, but I'm going to go through what would be going on eventually if this was running, okay? And again, it might be something simple as like the server name for this. I've seen that blow it up, and if so, I have to actually change the server name. We would be getting a start and end SLN sequence number, the type of operation, the update mask telling you which one's actually updated, and it'd be actually tracking the data here, okay? And what we can do is we can delete from here and we can see the changes and so on, check the tables again. One thing is, like I said, if we added a computer column, it would not suddenly add it to the table, which is a problem, and we can disable it. So at this point, I'm going to stop the presentation. If you're curious about CDC and want to know more, please give me a holler. With that, that's the end of the presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Is anyone still there? Okay. Ashan, are you still there? I can't hear you if you are. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. Must be some technical difficulty. Can you hear me? Okay, if you can hear me, do thumbs up. Hey, yes, someone.
Thank you very much. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for your valuable presentation. Thanks for your speaking. And now we are interested to going to next presentation.
Definitely, and I hope everyone enjoyed it. And at the end of a little technical difficulty, but hopefully you heard the whole presentation, right?
Thanks.
Have a nice night. Take care. Bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we are introducing to our next speaker, Andre Malaysia. Is he here now?
Can you hear me at this moment? Let me just see. Oh, for some reason I don't have the option. Okay.
Can you hear me, Andre Malaysia?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay.
Is everything okay? Can you hear me? I need to share my screen, but I don't see the option. I think you need to move me. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Perfect. Okay. Give me a second. Let me try to find the correct screen.
Firstly, I am we are want to introducing to Andre Malaysia.
Okay. 1 second. Just make sure everything's okay. Okay. Perfect. And okay, so showing screen. So you can see my screen?
Yes, we see your screens.
Okay, great. Let me just.
Yeah. Firstly, we want to introducing to you
to others attendance.
Okay.
Mr.
So,
Malaysia.
yes. So hello. Yeah. So hopefully everyone is hearing me okay. It's really good to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I think the session starts in maybe 2 minutes, correct? Okay, I'll wait 2 minutes before starting. In any case, let me just share my other screen as well, so that everyone is able to also see that. Okay, so share my webcams, preferences. Give me a second. Not this one, but this one. How can I do that? Snap camera. Okay. Am I able to do this? Does this work? Okay. Okay. Cool. Hello.
Can we start your session?
Yes, of course. No problem. If you want me to start, I'll start. So once again, thank you for having me. I'm really glad to be here.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, please continue. Oh, continue. You were saying something.
Okay. First time we want to introducing to our next presentation, presenter Andre Malaysia. He is a owner of principal of consultant at LunarCat PT. He is also the Microsoft certified trainer, forecasting on SQL Server, Azure, LOT and security. He is also 19+ years experience on development information and multimedia system.
Just my cat. Every villain needs to have a cat. Okay. Anyway.
Yeah,
oh, don't worry.
He is also orange the data community at Portugal. He is IT Pro Portugal and PowerShell Portugal community organization, IP6 Portugal, DNSSC Portugal, and Windows Development Portugal online community moderate. His activities volunteering, organizing, speaking, and just participant at a community meeting and even round the world. And also he is also love the animal and other people. So yeah, I want to request you, please continue your session.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So you just saw my cats. Every villain needs to have a cat like that. It's very important. Apparently, it's part of the list. But hopefully, I will be able to show you some bad things and also some good things as well. And maybe my cat will join us at some point in time again. So welcome again to this session. It's really good to have everyone here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask over the chat, and I will try to answer any questions that you have. This is usually done in person, so it's very difficult to be able to get a lot of comments from everyone when everyone is only remotely. But in any case, feel free to ask any questions. I'm here to answer them, and yeah, let's see what happens. Let's have a bit of fun trying to do some of these things. Okay, so first of all, before we actually start the session, I should mention that nothing that you see here is actually illegal, but it might get you fired. So if you try to do this in your workplace, it might get you fired. So please be careful. The idea here is that we're all going to learn some things about security, and you've had a session about security just before. So I will do the fun bits about security, hopefully, and show you how you can hack that security, and of course give you some explanation how to fix that problem. Okay, so let's have a look. And you saw my cat just before, and this is again my cat. So every time I do a video, I've started to use this kind of thing here. And lately I've started to add up all of the videos, which is good fun. So hopefully next time I will actually go there in person if situations change, and maybe present something else, one of these things as well. Okay, so of course actually secret agents lately have been disappearing. One of them just recently died. But the style of being well dressed and everything is always very interesting. And in one of the sessions, I was actually able to get dressed up and take a photo of this. This was a few months ago, but this was also quite fun. So whenever I can, I do try to dress up, or just try not to lose my head or anything like that. So it's always good fun. Okay, let's have a look and start our actual session. Okay, or maybe not. Okay, so I don't think you can hear the audio because GoToWebinar is not a big fan of sharing the audio from the applications. But in any case, I think I think in your head you probably heard what the song was. So okay, let's have a look. And really happy to be presenting a session for Bangladesh, my first time. Hopefully I get this right. And I did try to get all of the correct translations, so I really hope that this is correct. If not, it's Google's translator's fault, and also Bing Translator, because I tried to use both of them. So one of them must be wrong. It's probably not me. Anyway, let's have a look. Feel free to ask any questions at any time. I will be happy to answer them. And of course, most people are at home at this moment. I have my hair, which is a bit small, and lately the only way we can cut our hair is to do this. And so this is what I'm doing at this moment. There is no alternative. I haven't had that small amount of hair in about 20 years. Let's have a look at some questions about security. So all of the things we're going to see are interesting things if you have a SQL server, or if you have a SQL database in Azure, or even SQL data warehouse, which is now called Synapse Analytics SQL pool. But in any of these cases, all of these suggestions will apply to you, or at least most of them. In the case of SQL pool, there's one or two that doesn't apply. But apart from that, hopefully all of this will be interesting for you. And if you figure out that your databases are not really protected for some reason, here are a few suggestions on how to fix it. And the problem with all of this, let's get started. The problem with all of this is that all of the software is perfect, and Microsoft has a perfect software in terms of SQL Server. The problem is that it is configured by humans. That's the real problem. The software can be perfect in terms of security, but by default, it's always configured by humans. There's always some hack that you can do. And then if you protect it, if you understand how to attack it, you will also understand how to protect it. So hopefully this will be okay. So before we actually start, let me just mention the definition of hacking. So if you have a problem, you try to fix it in some way. And I've been to the UK a lot of times, and they use some strange plugs. So they, instead of using, these kind of plugs like we have here, let's see if I can find it. Okay, they actually use some which are very big and very annoying. So it's not very practical to use them. So what I do is that I hack the thing with coffee sticks. So this works, and then I can plug my things into the sockets. Alternatively, if you go to India, which is next door to you, also with this problem, because there's sockets, but the pins are a bit bigger than the other ones. So I tried to fix this. So the solution was very simple. You could either buy a new adapter, which was very expensive, or you can take some of these things which are older than me, and this is true. So these plugs are older than me, and before I went to the airport, I just adapted two things, and suddenly it works. But it's not the only one. So I've been to 2 other places that have strange sockets. And one of them is the USA. It has sockets which are very sad at all times. They look very sad, don't they? But then again, if you go to Denmark, they look very happy. And there's a very strange difference. So I'm not sure why this works. But anyway, this one was just an extra. Okay, so some requirements for all of these demos. And although the demos for this session I haven't yet made available, I do have scripts for previous sessions that I did, which still include kind of the same thing, maybe 1 or 2 extra lines. I'm creating a new website, which should be up within a few weeks, hopefully, and I will add all of the contents for all of the sessions there. But in the meantime, if you go to andy.pt/doc, you should see some old presentations, and one of them includes some of these scripts, so you can try them yourself. All of the scripts, the only thing you need is SQL Server, and it will depend on the version that you need. Most cases, everyone hopefully now uses 2016 at the very minimum, but if you still use older ones, some of the other things will work for the other ones. It's not really a problem. But as long as you have SQL Server 2016, all you need is to create a database and be that database's administrator to try all of the scripts. The instructions are there, so it's fairly simple. Let's have a look. Okay, so one of the things that I've been presenting in the session is this one. And although I won't have that much time to explain it because I have a lot of demos, that when I started to do this session, I didn't have that many demos. The session grew. Currently, this session, I can take 2 hours of demos if I have it, but we won't have that much time. So I will skip this demo. It is online somewhere, like in the Group by conference and a few other places as well. So feel free to have a look, okay? But in any case, let me explain how this works. This is one well-known hack, which is you have your victim, you have your server, and suddenly there's an attacker that wants to connect, divert the connection. So maybe you can cut it with the scissors. And I have one here, actually. I have one here, scissors, or you can use any kind of activities like DNS poisoning, ARP spoofing, etc. There's a lot of different ways to do this. And when you do this, what actually happens is instead of me as a victim connecting directly to the server, what's actually going to happen is that my connection is going to go as a proxy through the attacker, and then the attacker can see what I'm doing. And this is not easy because the attacker will see everything that I'm doing. Now, one of the examples here is man in the middle, of course. This is the name of this, but the politically correct name of this is, as you probably guessed it, nowadays it's called person in the middle. This is the most correct name. I've seen as many hackers men as I've seen women, and there's always my cat, which is also a hacker, so even person in the middle doesn't cover this. Okay, so one of the problems that you have here is that SQL Server uses something called tabular data stream. And this was a protocol that's used in port 1433, as you probably already know. And this is a protocol that was created in the 1980s by Sybase, not necessarily Microsoft. And then Microsoft joined with Sybase, and then they bought SQL Server, etc. And nowadays, this is a Microsoft thing. But the problem is that this protocol did not include encryption. So everyone could see what's happening. In the 80s, no one really cared. This was perfectly okay. No one really cared. But this is a problem. So let's ask a few questions. So first of all, let's say you have TCP 1433. Is it a good idea to change it? So if you have this somewhere in the cloud in Azure, if you have this on your computer. And the reason I asked this question is that I've seen a lot of people in Azure actually changing the ports. They did this before, but they don't do it anymore. They used to change the ports for SQL Server because they wanted to have security through obfuscation. That means that instead of searching for that port 1433, they would have to go to the 60,000th port to actually find it. And of course, this did not work. This was not a good security defense because people had enough time to actually test every port and find that one as well. And as soon as you find it, there's an information that says, hello, this protocol is SQL Server, so feel free to attack me. So this is not very good. In Azure, they actually changed it back to 1433 because they gave up. It didn't make any sense to change it. The same thing with remote desktop protocol from 3389 ports, TCP ports. So it doesn't make any sense to change it. If you have named instances or something like that, it might make sense to have a different value if you want to make it better. But still, with SQL browser, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Okay, so the answer in this case is change it. Probably not interesting that justifies this, and plus you have a lot of extra administrative tasks to actually fix this. Now, how did they fix this? In SQL Server 2000, the login and password up to there, anyway, this was not encrypted, so it was very easy to go use the Wireshark or something else to actually hack it. And the hash itself of the password was very weak, so you can easily try brute force and find it. But the login was even plain text. I remember 20 years ago, I used this to decide, going through a firewall, which one should I use, etc. So this was something that was used back then. Now, this is what happened. This would be TCP packets. The login packet would be the first, and then you'd have all of the other packets, and none of them was encrypted. But in 2005, Microsoft solved the problem by encrypting not everything, but just the login packet, which again makes no sense. It should be all or nothing. Problem is that the remaining parts of the encryption, which are still like this up to this day, are not encrypted, and this is a problem. Now, since then, they actually allow you to encrypt all of the connection. But by default, SQL Server does not encrypt all of the connection. Even currently, you have to specify and say, please encrypt my connection. You have to say it. And this is also a problem. So this is the example. I won't have time to do the demo because the demo takes about 20 minutes. But feel free to have a look at it online in many videos online. I will do some more interesting demos for other things. But the idea here is that you can find out what's happening between the two. If you have a look, you should see things such as the results. So I'll have a table that says films, film title, film year, and then you have actor, agent, Sean Connery here. So you can see all of this. This is real. So this is a screenshot from the actual demo. And the thing is, by the way, you can go to my temporary website, and those scripts are there. You can try this yourself. All of the instructions are there. This is also very easy. The problem with this is that you need to fix this somehow. It's not acceptable to be like this, to be unprotected, especially if you have a SQL server in Azure, a SQL database in Azure, for instance. If the connection goes all the way around, it's going to be a very big problem. Now, with SQL database and SQL pools, data warehouse, basically in Azure, they are already encrypted by default, okay? So this is good. So they solved this problem already, although technically you can get around this, but let's ignore that part. If you have a SQL Server virtual machine in the clouds, and let me just say I have one, okay? So I have one virtual machine here in the clouds. It's somewhere in the cloud here. And this one actually has a SQL server that I will connect to from my house. This is a French data center. This is in the data center in Azure data center in France. You know, it happens. It could be any other country, it doesn't really matter. But I actually have this in the Azure data center in France. And we'll have a look because I will connect to this, but this one is okay. This one is okay. Now, what happens is that you need to fix it. So how do you fix it? Well, let's go back. When you go to your configuration manager, and for some reason in some installations this tends to disappear, so you might have to go and find this in Windows System 32 to actually find this, because for some reason some of the installations I did, this thing actually disappears. But then you have to go here to the configuration manager. Here of course you have all of the services. Let me just show you this directly here. So you can go here, you have to go to your for this service, let's say it's my SQL Server, MS SQL Server. This is default, of course. It's the only one running. And then you can go here to the protocols for that specific instance. Actually, you should do it for all of them. And then right-click, and then say Properties. By the way, remember TCP IP is, of course, enabled. You should go to Properties and then say Force Encryption is equal to 1. As soon as you say Apply, this will guarantee that everyone will connect to your SQL Server with encrypted connections. When you negotiate, the connection must be encrypted, which is important. But this is not the only thing, because just encrypting the connection does not prove that this server is actually legitimate. So you need to add a certificate, and you can go all the way. I don't have any certificate here, by the way. This is actually empty, but you can go all the way up to the certification authority and ask for a certificate for this specific SQL Server instance, and then have that installed there. And then you can validate if this is correct or not. Just make sure that the certificate is there and it is valid. This way, there's a certificate chain that you validate all the way up from the certificate itself to the root certificate authority. So you have all of the things up and down to validate that this is the correct server and this is not the attacker's server. So this is very important. You should say, at the very minimum, you should say force encryption is equal to yes, and then add a certificate from your certification authority. If you are running a Windows server installation, you should already have the role for certificate authority, so this is easy. If you are running this in the cloud, and this can be any cloud, not just Azure, this can be any other, just make sure you get the certificate from a provider that provides this for you. If you are using things like SQL database in Azure or any of those things, it is already automatic, so the certificate is already there, so you don't have to worry that much. But if you are using SQL Server, so the actual server that you manage yourself, in that case you will need those kind of things. So this is easy. This fixes the problem very easily. Don't forget the certificate, which is also very important. But even if you are using things on a local host, and although in Windows this is not that much of a problem compared to Linux, you should even then force encryption is equal to yes, just in case. Okay, so the documentation is fairly easy. By the way, you have your connection strings. The encrypt statement in the connection string should always be equal to true. This makes perfect sense. And the trust server certificate is complicated because you don't want to trust it. You want to make sure that you actually validate it. Okay. So let's have a look at a few features which are available. Apologies, this actually cuts out SB1 here, and this was done 4 years ago, something like that. This was already a long time. It's almost 2021. This is crazy, but this was a long time ago. Now, when SQL Server 2016 came out, all of these features were only available for the Enterprise Edition, and these two only for the Standard Edition. But then in SB1, they actually made all of these available for everyone, including the Express Edition in most cases. The only reason, for instance, that this one doesn't support it is that you need agent and things like that, so it doesn't really apply. But in any case, let's assume you have at least a standard or a web or even Express in most cases. Let's have a look at dynamic data masking. Let's have a look at row-level security. I will briefly mention always encrypted, and well, the other ones aren't here, but I will talk about them anyway. No worries. Okay, so let's have a look first at dynamic data masking. And this is a very interesting technology. And let me give you an example on how this works. By the way, this example is taken from docs.microsoft.com, somewhere here. So relational databases, dynamic data masking, and this actually works in SQL Server starting 2016, SQL database as well, and SQL managed instance, and also SQL pools. So basically the data warehouse version that is now called Synapse Analytics with all of the extra things involved. So all you have to do is to add these things, and this is very easy, and you get from the original name, you can mask it to, let's say, partial function starts with one real character, so this is the R here, a lot of X's, which is okay, and then 0 characters in the end. So if you had 1 character in the end here, it would be this O that you see here, okay? So fairly simple. And this one is the default, so it's just all X's. If this was a number, this would just be a 0 or something. And then you have the email, which is also X's, but then it's still valid as an email. So if you have this in your application, they will still consider this email as a real email, which is actually important for validation purposes in your application. So why would you use dynamic data masking? First of all, we need to understand how this works. And this works by column, so you specify the column that you want. If you have select permission, that's not enough. So all you see is the masked things. So you need something called the unmask permission. This is the unmask permission that allows you to see things. But here's the problem. This is not a good security feature because the unmask permission is not at the column level as you would expect. It's not even at the table level, which would be acceptable. This is at the database level. It's all or nothing. So you see everything or you see nothing, which is not that good, of course. So there was also mentioned that in the documentation that this is in reality not a security feature, let's call it like that. It's in fact something that's useful for you to not to expose your information accidentally. But some people use this for security. If you're working in a small grocery store or something like that, this might be acceptable. If you are working, let's say, in a bank, this would not be enough because you can hack this very easily. Anyone with select permissions can hack this very easily. We'll see how this works. So how do you hack it? Well, let's see. And I do hope that I've translated this correctly. Please correct me if this is wrong, and I will fix it, okay? Feel free to add this in the chat, and I will fix this when I publish it. But hopefully this is correct. I tried to compare all of the words and everything to make sure that this made sense. Hopefully, okay. Anyway, let's try this. And by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm here to answer all of your questions. So I have my computer here. I have a SQL database. I'm not going to use that one just now. I have my computer locally, which is called Nessie, as in like Loch Ness Monster. All of my computers are named after cartoons. Makes sense. I am a kid, so it makes sense. And you have the other one in Azure somewhere. For one of the demos, I will use the one in Azure. For all of the others, I will just use my local database. My local database is 2019, and this other one is, by the way, 2019, just the normal install edition, no extras. And this one is version 2017, also again, no extras, no service packs or anything like that. Just the default stuff. Okay, I don't use any of these for production, by the way. This is something that I, of course, should mention. Now I have created a database. This is just simple: create database, default values. That's it. And I might have some tables here, but I will make sure I refresh. But I will get started. So first of all, I will go here and run all of this. So this is very easy. Just follow this. Use a SQL database that's available. This is very easy. It's on my Nessie computer. And I'm going to kill anything that might be available here. So I'm going to drop everything. Okay. Anything that I had before. Some of these were dropped already or they didn't exist. But if I refresh this, there's nothing there. Just to make sure I'm not faking anything. Okay. This is like the magician, no sleeves. Okay. I'm not faking anything. Sleeves are okay. So let's try this. So first of all, I will create some users, and these users will be used to test it. And by the way, I'm going to use this for all of the demos, so it's the same. So create some users. The M user is the boss of all of the spies. This is usually I forgot the actress's name. I actually forgot her name. Sorry, but she was the very best. Hello, hi. We are joined here by other people as well. Oh, nice to see you. Okay, but anyway, she's of course the boss, and then we have Q, which is the guy that does all of the gadgets and things like that. And then you have all of the other agents like Sean Connery, David Niven, George Lazenby, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, etc. So all of these. So let's create all of these users, and then let's have a look at creating the table itself. So I'm going to create a table. This is a simple table, nothing fancy. Okay, and I'm going to create the table, and let's have a look. So I have sequential film ID, film title. This is just in English. Film year. So all this, by the way, is sequential, just in case. And then the actors themselves. So you have Sean Connery, which is of course shaken, not stirred. And you have the agent, which is the first name of all of this. But this is also a syzname column because I'm going to use this to compare this to the actual username that you see on top later on. Okay, the last part I'm not going to use. This was for the hacking of connection, TDS connection demo. But anyway, let's have a look at the next part. So the next thing I'm going to do is to create an agents table. And what I'm actually going to do with this is I'm going to take that table and do a distinct in all of this so that I get the result of this, put it into a table, and just as simple, because I'm going to use this for kind of brute force, okay? Well, a previous list anyway. Now, I'm going to do the actual dynamic data masking, and this is very easy. So you just go to the table. The other example we saw was for create a table. This was for alter a table, and still the same. So you say alter table, you specify the data type. In this case, I don't need to change it, but then I say add masked with a function, which I'm going to use, which is the partial. So I'm going to get 2 characters in the beginning, which are real, 1 character in the end, which is also real, and the middle is all of these dots, which are Unicode dots. So these are not the usual X's that people usually demo this, and this is important because there are changes. Okay, so I've done this. Now, something I should never do, but I'm going to do it anyway, is I should never grant select permission to public on anything. Okay, you should select, you should give that permission to a role, a role that you create with your actual users, not a system role like public, which gets everyone there. This is a red flag when you are using things such as vulnerability assessment, etc. This will complain, and there is a reason for that. So there is a message here. Don't do this in production. It's just an example, but I'll actually use this later on. So I'm also granting the unmask permission to M. She is the boss. So it makes sense that she has all of the permissions to see things. And now I'm going to try all of this. By the way, if I am the database owner, I already have the unmask permission. So let's try. I can see everything. It's not a problem. If I am M, so I should also be able to see everything without a problem. This is okay. Now let's try this as Sean Connery. And Sean Connery cannot see anything, okay? Because suddenly, you can only see the first 2 characters. Let's go here. You can only see the first 2 characters, the last character, and dots in the middle. This is expected. This is perfect. This is what we decided. So this is okay. But of course, the reason I'm here is to hack things. So let's have a look at how to do this. Well, this is just an extra because, sometimes people forget to revert, and I want to make sure I'm reverting everything. So just revert a whole bunch of times so that it doesn't fail. I've had this problem in previous demos, so I have that block there to just do revert a whole bunch of times. 1 should probably be enough in most cases, but sometimes you don't want to risk it. Well, I'm going to grant another permission again that shouldn't be used in production, which is the grant show plan. And you have the option here, which is the display actual execution plan. I'm going to need this to show you these things. So I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go and execute this as Sean Connery now. And you know, of course, that this is going to fail, right? But the problem is that this didn't fail. That's strange, okay? Because when I said, well, I use this as Sean Connery, I should see 26 rows, which is all the films. But for some reason, I'm only seeing 7, and these are the correct ones, okay? I'm actually seeing all of the content from Roger Moore. Okay, but the strange thing is, if I said something like RO percent and then the R and then the E in the end, this would make sense because I'm seeing things which are masked, but I'm actually using the real value. And I shouldn't be able to see this. So let's try to understand what actually happened here. So I'm going to go up here and go to the execution. Actually, I don't need this much. I'm going to go to the execution, and you can see that the first thing that you do is somewhere here you see predicates and then like Roger Moore. So just next to my cursor to the right, I cannot move it, otherwise this will disappear. So you have there like Roger Moore, and this actually gives you the results, which is gives you the result of all of the 7 columns that you show up on top. And then you have Compute Scholar, and then you have Compute Scholar, and then you have the select. Now, the problem is that one of the Compute Scholars is going to be this part, okay? This is a constant string that gets added in one of the Compute Scholars. I'm not sure which one, doesn't really matter. The other Compute Scholar will actually turn all of this into masked. Problem is that first you start by selecting the columns, and then you mask the things, which is wrong. Yes, it hides the content, but I've already known what the content is. It's not Roger Rabbit or anything like that. It has to be Roger Moore. So I know that this is Roger Moore. This is a problem, okay? So anyway. Again, trying to divide by 1960 something, value minus 1960 something, to see if it's divisible by 0. And you have 26 plus 26, that's the 52 hacks that we did this for division by 0. But then this is not enough. For strings, you can do the same as dynamic data masking. And this is attack it, get strings and attack it, and find out 1 character at a time if this is valid or not. So very good option to actually do this. But let's have a look. This is okay. This will take a bit of time, but let's have a quick look at this, and let's go to the databases. This needs to refresh because, and then let's go here to SQLSaturday Bangladesh. Tasks vulnerability assessment, which is something important that I wanted to show you. And I'm doing this directly at the server because the communication back and forth from Portugal to France is going to be a bit slow. And you have some things that fail. So transparent data encryption should be enabled. Yes, my fault, it isn't. Sensitive data columns, minimal set of principals should be granted. Select permissions, so you have a whole bunch of select permissions here. And if you have a look, you have bond films and then a select. Let me just get rid of this. And then I select all of the users that I added before. So this is a bug, but this is expected. You also have excessive permissions should not be granted to the public role. And although I do apologize for seeing this so small, but you can see that I have select permission for the public role on that view bond films that we talked about before. So remember I said that this was wrong. It's on my list. Now you can just say approve as baseline and say I'm okay with this. This is a public table. Anyone can see. It's only a list of countries or something. So yes, approve this as a baseline and say that anyone from public can see this. And as soon as you approve as baseline, the next time you run vulnerability assessment, it will ignore that specific permission. But if you add more permissions to someone else, they will show up on the list as saying, oh, someone else added a new permission. Is this okay? And then you can verify if this is okay or not. There's, of course, many more, and then a lot of them are actually good. So database permissions shouldn't be granted, etc. So a few others, selects on a whole bunch of things. But then you also have past permissions, the ones that went okay. So you can also have a look at some of these, which are actually quite all right, right? So these are okay. Well, we don't have that much time. I know I'm almost running out of time, so I will make this a bit quicker. So let's recap this so you can have role level security at any time. This is very nice. Just go to docs.microsoft.com. Again, this is available for the entire SQL world starting 2016. It can be hacked in 2017, but it cannot be hacked anytime before. So let me just continue this and show you this, which is also important. Permissions poster. Just go to GitHub or just search online for SQL Server permissions poster and you get this huge value here. And this is a permissions poster where in this thing here where I have the mouse, you have the select, insert, update, delete permissions. So you are free to have a look at some of these. This is all of the permissions like sysadmin permissions, etc., control server, and then you have all of the other ones. So all of these permissions are here. This is a very big poster, so feel free to have a look and explore this. This is 2017, but you have a more recent one, so just go there and you have the most recent one. Anyway, because we are running out of time, so I just want to leave some seconds while the other speaker is then prepping. I will leave some seconds for you to ask me any questions, and just mention you can ask questions. Don't shave it for later, okay? Don't shave it for later. Ask them now, okay, in the chat. And just to say that, you know, a few days ago we actually had Sean Connery, which passed away. He was actually my inspiration for all of these Bond style characters. He is my favorite Bond. As far as I can tell, I've done this session over 60 times all over the world. When it is in person, I usually ask, what's your favorite Bond? Sean Connery is by far the favorite Bond. Really sad because this was a funny actor that did a lot of interesting things and with some humor. And I think some humor is always important when you do something in life. Okay, anyway, some final recommendations before we continue. We are running a bit of time. Always encrypt your traffic, so you saw that you can have it unencrypted. Always use firewalls, don't expose these things, use VPNs, etc. Makes perfect sense. This is more than obvious in current sense. Always assign the least amount of permissions possible. If you have permissions, if everyone is a system administrator, they will, if they get hacked, they will, you know, have access to everything. Minimum permissions possible for everything, not just SQL Server. Vulnerability assessment tool that you just saw in Management Studio. There's also one in the Azure portal. That one you have to pay for. So just use the one in Management Studio if you don't want to pay for it. It doesn't have 100% of the things, but you know, it's good enough for some things. And you can use the one in the Azure portal, which checks on a regular basis, which is a bit better actually. Okay, final set of recommendations. Transparent data encryption should always be enabled. This is very important. Make sure you encrypt backups with backup encryption as well. Instant file initialization, if you use them, make sure that you clean them with sdelete, otherwise avoid them. But this is a performance thing, so it depends, okay? Prepared statements, I didn't get to show you SQL injection, but make sure you use prepared statements to avoid SQL injection. This is especially bad. This is not your problem as a programmer, as a DBA, but it is the programmer's problem. But sometimes you as a DBA inherit that problem. So please be careful and have a look at the code for people to make sure that they don't use this kind of problem, or even test this yourself with multiple tools. If you are using Azure, use the Azure Security Center. They have the vulnerability assessment tool there that I saw before. And the final one is always this. Make sure you always install the service pack, the cumulative updates, and any kind of patches that's available. Make sure you are up to date with all of the news on anything that gets hacked in SQL Server, etc., to be able to fix your problem before your problem begins, okay? And of course, finally, make sure that you review the session. It's a terrible session, of course, but make sure you review the session for this and for the other speakers. This is the way that we can improve, by getting feedback from you, and this is, of course, very important. And finally, I really want to thank you all for being here and for listening to this session. Feel free to contact me at any time. I am available in social networks, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, etc. So feel free to ask any questions you want. I will try to answer them as best as I can. And anyway, I really want to thank the organizers for inviting me, and hopefully all of the conference will go very well as well. So thank you very much for having me here. Thank you for being here. Oh, we cannot hear you, I think. I think we cannot hear you. It may be muted, I think. Anyway, I'll unshare my screen. Let me just, okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Lovely presentation, and specifically no encrypted knowledge. To get the no encrypted knowledge.
Okay. Thank you. Good fun to be here. Have fun during the rest of the conference.
Okay. Next, we want to introduce into our next speaker. His name is Mr. Nakib. He is a cloud solution architect, Infra Lead Corporate Project Limited. Nakib is a smart and young IT professional. He had the 2 years experience in Microsoft Bangladesh. Being as an advisor, he involved with the build and exchange the solution and customer business in the Microsoft Azure 30365 and other cloud-based service. We have also to give message that okay, you can start your
Thank you, Anil bhai. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, and we can see your screen. Have fun. Thank you all.
Thank you, Henry. So, Anil bhai, can you see my screen? Hello.
Mr. Nakib, you can start your presentation. We can hear and we can display your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.